Figure TV. Revolutionary salute. Revolutionary salute. Like, share, subscribe. Welcome to the House of Revolution. You know I'm your humble host, the Yamin of Revolution, the fall of the U.S. empire. Trump that destroyed America. Before we get into that, be sure to wipe your feet. That means hit the like button. You in the House of Revolution. Like, share, subscribe, support the platform, y'all. Well, revolution is a way of life, and revolution is a breakfast, lunch, and dinner. I got some revolutionary lunch for y'all. Let's get into the content. Salute.
Donald Trump is panicking as the Ayatollah from Iran issued a direct message to him, threatening him, telling him to back down, and Donald Trump is not handling it well. Ayatollah Khomeini Mojtaba, that is, posted the following message. The shaken Zionist regime and the cancerous tumor of Israel are approaching the final stages of their wretched existence. What is certain in this regard, the Ayatollah says to Trump, is that the hands of time will not turn back, and the nations and lands of the region will no longer serve as shields for U.S. bases. The United States will no longer have a safe haven for its mischief and for establishing military bases in West Asia. He also said that America is, quote, moving further away from its former position day by day, and with each passing day, the United States grows weaker. Also, in conjunction with the Ayatollah's message to Donald Trump, the IRGC posted videos showing the radar footage of the MQ-9 Reaper that it shot down over the Strait of Hormuz. And it also showed that it had the capability of striking down a U.S. F-35. The radar showed that it was locked in, and all Iran had to do was press the trigger and the F-35 would have been destroyed. It's supposed to be able to evade radar detection, and Iran was showing that it could bring down F-35s, and they showed this video at the same time the U.S. is trying to sell F-35s to Canada while attacking Canada, and Canada's now looking to buy the Sweden Gripen and looking for other potential military devices because the Trump regime has demonstrated to be so unreliable as well. We're also learning more about Donald Trump's disastrous Board of Peace. The Financial Times just reporting that Trump's Board of Peace, sure, it's raised these big pledges for Gaza reconstruction, but 4 months later, the official fund has no money in it and no rebuilding projects have even started. $0, donut hole. No money at all. And when you actually have other countries that are there to verify, unlike when Donald Trump says, I brought in $18 trillion or $21 trillion, which he brought in zero, all of that's a lie. We actually see what's going down. Donors appear to be bypassing the World Bank managed fund, while legal, political, and security disputes have left the organization stuck in limbo, aka another bankruptcy for Donald. And there was never really a Board of Peace. As I heard politicians say, as I heard Gavin Newsom say, and Ossoff say, and others, the Board of Peace was about getting pieces of the Middle East with Netanyahu and not actually bringing peace. There was no ceasefire in Gaza. Hundreds and hundreds of people were killed on a weekly basis in Gaza during the so-called ceasefire. And they're like, there was never a ceasefire. From day one, we said there was never a ceasefire there. And there's purportedly, a ceasefire in Lebanon, but we see all of these, quote, mass evacuations that are being ordered by Israel as areas in Beirut and southern Lebanon are absolutely leveled, killing so many innocent people, killing so many medics, under the auspices of, we're going after Hezbollah. But there are so many innocent people who are dying, which is absolutely disgusting and completely unacceptable. Oh, yeah. And Donald, your friend Erdogan, the president of Turkey, remember when you said, I am hereby making it a formal stipulation if the United States is going to enter into a peace deal with Iran, all Arab nations must join the Abraham Accords and enter into deals directly with Israel, right? I talked about yesterday how Saudi Arabia is like, yeah, we ain't doing that until there's a Palestinian state and East Jerusalem is its capital. Pakistan said, yeah, we ain't doing it. Qatar's like, yeah, not happening. We're not doing it. Here was the response from Donald Trump's buddy Erdogan. God willing, this tyrant called Netanyahu will receive the lesson he deserves from the Muslims of the world. I think that your proposal is going over quite well, Donald, with Erdogan and the Arab world. I mean, so utterly pathetic. Meanwhile, the IRGC Navy reports 25 vessels transited the Strait of Hormuz under Iranian coordination in just the past 24 hours alone. Iran's Islamic Revolutionary Guard Corps Navy said 25 ships, including oil tankers, container ships, and other commercial vessels passed through the Strait of Hormuz in the past 24 hours after obtaining permission and under IRGC coordination and security. According to IRGC-linked Fars News, the figure brings the total number of vessels transiting the strait under Iranian oversight to more than 90 over the past 3 days, and Iran has formalized its control over the Strait of Hormuz with Oman. The Omanian foreign minister was once the mediator handpicked by the United States back in February to negotiate a peace deal between Iran and the United States. Oman created a deal in principle between Iran and the United States, but then Netanyahu had Donald Trump invade and bomb Iran in late February after there was a deal in principle. So as Donald Trump is getting this warning from the Ayatollah, as Donald Trump is getting rebuked by the president of Turkey, as Donald Trump looks weaker than ever before, what does he do? Southcom. On May 26, U.S. Southern Command announces that under its commander, General Francis L. Donovan, the Joint Task Force Southern Sphere conducted a lethal kinetic strike on a vessel operated by designated terrorist organizations. We'll show you the video right here. Right, while Iran is showing its radar knocking down MQ-9 Reapers and showing that it has F-35s in its crosshairs, the U.S. is destroying little tiny fishing boats. The once proud Navy, the once proud CENTCOM, the once strongest military in the world is posting videos blowing up little fishing boats. And from what we know about most of this, innocent fishermen, innocent people getting slaughtered at the hands of a war criminal in the Oval Office and a regime of war criminals that should be brought to justice and held accountable for their war crimes one day. Meanwhile, Ebola is spreading right now. David Miliband posting, right now there are 3 warning signs that this Ebola outbreak in Africa could be particularly difficult to contain. Before even reading it, maybe because it's spreading like crazy in Africa and like no one's really reporting about it for the crisis that it is. Miliband goes first. The outbreak is spreading faster than the response. Yeah, because the Trump regime destroyed the main Ebola task force. Remember, Elon Musk was like, oopsies, I must have did it. They did it by accident. I'm not sure that's a good Elon impression, but we destroyed the Ebola task force. So yeah, that's what happens when you destroy all international health organizations, you destroy USAID. Why would we have people monitoring Ebola and containing Ebola? The outbreak is spreading faster than the response because there is no response. Second, conflict and displacement are accelerating the risk of regional spread. And third, severe global aid cuts have weakened the frontline health system and outbreak preparedness across the eastern DRC. Also, we saw some of these because there's no public health organizations that are really in control. And as the U.S. ceded its authority, what we see actually happening in Congo are some people are raiding the hospitals to try to find their loved ones and thereby spreading Ebola because there's not knowledge out there about what causes the spread, and people want to see their loved ones and they think they're being kidnapped in the hospitals. And so we're hearing lots of situations where people in the communities are raiding the hospitals, and then that's further leading to the spread of Ebola. And again, it's not even being covered here of any significance in the United States, but we're going to cover it here. So as of yesterday. Official reports indicate that there have been roughly 241 deaths officially associated with the ongoing Ebola outbreak in the Democratic Republic of Congo and Uganda. There is about 1,000 suspected or confirmed cases that we know of, but this has been increasing every single day. And if this continues to increase from 1,000 to 3,000 to 5,000, we can get one of these major outbreaks that people have been fearing. And Ebola is very, very lethal. I mean, large percentage of death for people who get Ebola. And, the Trump regime said, Ebola, waste, fraud, and abuse. That's wasteful. Why would we have anybody try to stop Ebola? Well, now our deficit increases, our debt compounds and increases. With the bond markets trash, the sheer amount of interest that now has to be paid on that debt is in the trillions. Even Marjorie Taylor Greene's posting the following. The federal budget deficit is expected to be over $2 trillion this year based on Trump's budget, the largest in history outside of 2020 and 2021 due to COVID. The debt passed 100% of the economy in March, and interest on the debt will be more than $1 trillion this year. America has a financial crisis that needs to be addressed more than any foreign war or foreign interest. As Americans, we were all in the same boat, regardless of our political leanings. And when the boat sinks, we all sink together and suffer the same fate. Make America great again should be putting America first, and that should start with getting our financial house in order. Speaking of our financial house in order, Donald Trump, believing that the White House is his house, not the people's house, was posting messages like this yesterday throughout the day. I'm not going to go in and show you all the deranged posts he's making, but where you have Ayatollah Mojtaba Khomeini making these warnings to Trump, this is what the leader of the United States is doing. So yes, every single day the United States looks weaker. The only president who knows how to fix the White House, and he's looking at one of the pillars at the White House because he wants to destroy the pillars of the White House and replace it with gold Corinthian pillars. And then you had the White House Rapid Response account framing reporters on CNN and saying that the reporters are sleeping. And they're saying, look, Dana Bash is falling asleep on her 51st birthday next day. Brianna Keilar says nap went perfectly after falling asleep live on air. Is Dr. Jeremy Faust sundowning? Look, we know that Donald Trump is cognitively and physically
Hi, everybody. What day is today, Pepe, in Shanghai?
I have no idea. Okay, in Shanghai, today is already Thursday.
Yeah, exactly. That's why I'm asking you.
Of course, because it's 5 minutes past midnight. So we are already on Thursday in the capital, cultural, business, high-tech capital of China and Asia.
Yeah.
Welcome to Shanghai, everyone. Nima and all of you. This is the real shit,
Yeah.
Really.
Today is Wednesday here in Brazil, May 27th and 2026.
Wow. You mean you're still in yesterday?
You're ahead of us. You're ahead of us.
You are still in yesterday, and here they are already in tomorrow.
Thank you. Thank you so much for being with us today, Pepe. And let's start with one of the most important pieces that you've written in the recent months, I would say. And here is what is the title of your new article, is how China and Pakistan may deliver the real deal. What is that? And what does that mean, Pep?
Exactly. Of course, it's not that China and Pakistan are going to deliver a deal. I cannot explain in a simple headline as short as possible that they are working hard to finalize a memorandum of understanding. That's a completely different story. That's the first step. And after that, we can have, according to negotiators, a period of 30 to 60 days when they start discussing the nitty-gritty, the really serious questions. So this article was quite something to do. And it's important for several reasons, because I had direct access to privileged information by people who are very close to the table. Chinese, Pakistanis, and Iranians as well. Some of these Iranians, I'm sure you know some of them, but probably you don't some of the others. they always in this junction, and they are fantastic in terms of volunteering information, in terms of trust. They know that I will faithfully respect what they're entrusting me, which is an enormous responsibility. And the same thing with the Chinese. And the Chinese that I talk to here in Shanghai. Shanghai is not only, Shanghai may not be the political capital of China, it's the business cultural capital, but the circulation of information here is something extraordinary. And there is a tradition of critical thinking as well. And some of the sharpest scholars and analysts, they are teaching in Shanghai universities. So it's the perfect place to be. And I reactivated my connection with Pakistan. I am very fond of Pakistan, and it was great that these past few weeks, I reactivated some very important channels with Pakistan because of their mediation efforts. So when you put this all together, it's possible to write a column like this. Obviously, I cannot name names for obvious reasons. And the people who already read it, linked to diplomacy and intel, they love that the whole thing is, I would say, built as a very solid, realist narrative, but without naming names, but emphasizing the crucial role of these three players. Iran, in terms of making quite, I would say, evident and self-evident for the Pakistanis as mediators and for China in the background as the guarantors, their positions, which have been very clear from the beginning. And you know about that, Nima. You have been reporting about it from the beginning. And we know the essential Iranian positions have not changed and will not change. The Pakistanis they are in a very, very tough spot. And many people are immensely impressed on how they are pulling it off, because they are the go-between between the extremely volatile Trump administration, where you simply cannot trust anything they say and do, the Gulf petromonarchies, which are trying to think about the next step, and it's not going to be under an American security umbrella. Iran, of course, because Iran and Pakistan, they are talking all the time about the process per se. Russia, of course, because we all know the war, the proxy war in Ukraine, the SMO, is reaching a completely different stage, and this is the Russian preoccupation at the moment. But they keep their eye on the ball in Iran because they know that the war, both wars are completely interconnected. And of course, China. And it's great to be in China at this particular moment because we had three immensely important meetings, Nima, 1 week after another. It started with the visit by Trump, which, as we all know, nothing really serious happened. But of course, Xi Jinping was paying very close attention to what may be going on inside the mind of this 4-year-old president of the United States. The next week, President Putin came to Beijing, and then we got the real deal, because we got they issued their joint declaration which is basically laying the tracks for building the multipolar world. And they had a over 2-hour tea ceremony, very private, only Xi putting 3 members of each from their delegations and the translators, where they discussed especially the United States out of control, the war in Ukraine, and of course, Iran. So what happened early this week, Nima? That was even more extraordinary. Ultra high level Pakistani delegation was received by Xi Jinping in Beijing on Monday. In everybody, their top negotiator, which is Field Marshal Asim Munir, their foreign minister, the prime minister, everybody. Of course, this was related to the anniversary of the China-Pakistan special relationship, projects in the New Silk Roads, etc. But, of course, Xi Jinping needed to hear directly from the Pakistanis what are they doing in practice in the mediation sphere with full support from China. So when we put these 3 visits together, Nima, and all of you, that's it. This is the roadmap for the most important players in Eurasia trying to organize the way out from this war. Obviously, these people, the people who are on the table, the negotiators, they are very, very smart, and they are realpolitik practitioners. They have no illusions. They knew even before what's been happening these past few days that the Zionist lobby would go all the way out to smash, destroy, blow up any possibility of a deal, which is the stage that we are now. So does that mean that the possibility of a memorandum of understanding is dead? No. And this is the main point in the column. It's not dead, but it's in a very, very dangerous juncture now, this week and until the middle of next week at least. If we, let's say this next 6 to 7 days, if we manage to cross this abyss, there is a serious possibility that we're going to have a memorandum of understanding and, of course, the beginning of negotiations in detail. Is this a solution? Of course it's not, because we know that, once again, according to our great friend, Grandmaster Sergei Lavrov, the United States is non-agreement capable. And all these players, Nima, they know it, and they have to deal with it. But this doesn't mean that they need to stop or despair. No, they continue doing their job. It's an amazing. It's like an ant colony building something inside the ant colony. They keep working 24/7, all that, and of course there are some of these breakthroughs we can actually see, which is the possibility of those $12 billion in Qatari banks being finally released. So we are on at the point that this might happen. But this is a detail, because the Iranians are saying that, look, they owe us at least $100 billion. So until we get there, it's a long, long way. And of course, the provocations. There were provocations against Iran early this week, of course. Iran decided not to respond forcefully. Why? Because of aid, because of the Hajj. They don't want any spillover affecting pilgrims from the whole Muslim world and the lands of Islam who are currently in Saudi Arabia finishing their Hajj. Next week, this will be over. So we can have an Iranian response much more forceful than so far. So this tension between the diplomatic intel track, that it is progressing, even against all odds, but anything can happen along the way to collapse the whole edifice. So that's where we are exactly at the moment. And this is what I try to explain in this article. Yes, it's a tough read, but I try to explain it in the most palatable way, straight to the point, and outlining the priorities on all sides. And of course, emphasizing that if we follow a path to peace like the negotiators are trying to achieve, the whole ball game changes completely. It has already changed, Nima, as we already know. We are already in the post American established order in West Asia. We still don't know how this is going to be constituted, but it's already a new ball game. And that adds to the desperation, the impotence, and the fury and the rage of the American side, and especially the international Zionist side.
You know, Ben-Gvir today said Israel doesn't let Donald Trump to sign a bad deal with Iran. I don't know what else can they do. It's going to be a bad deal for the United States, for Israel, specifically for Israel, because I don't see that much for the United States. It's all about Israel. It's all the American bases in the region are basically the main reason is Israel. That's why there's so much desperate right now. They're attacking Lebanon, in the southern part of Lebanon. They defined a yellow line in the southern part. Then they're crossing that line. They're saying that that yellow line doesn't matter anymore. And every time, but it seems something is happening. As you've just mentioned, something is happening. I don't know how important is that and how critical and how sustainable is that sort of negotiation or the talks that are happening. But
well, yes, we know a lot of things are happening, Nima. For instance, in after this article, I received another batch of information, which I'll probably use for another one, maybe before the end of the week or the beginning of next week. It is moving very fast, but of course they have to be prepared for ultra nasty interference by all those usual suspects in Washington, all the neocons, all the Zionists, the Zionist International, the axis of Zionism everywhere. And of course, how are you going to respond? For instance, one of the questions that I put to one of the negotiators, and he gave me an indirect answer, in fact. I was asking, okay, assume we have the path towards a deal, and Israel decides that, no, they will continue to bomb Lebanon and annex illegally Lebanese land, and killing Lebanese civilians in droves, which is what they have been doing for months. How Iran is going to respond? Is Iran going to stick exclusively to a deal with the United States, or they will respond to Israeli horrors, which is the only thing that they know how to perpetrate? Of course, Iran will respond. And Iran will tell the United States, look, this may fall out of our deal, but we told you from the beginning that if the Zionists go on a rampage, we are going to respond. That's it. But the thing is, will the Trump administration admit that that's the case? Probably not. So, so we go from one dead end to another. In fact, that's why it is so dangerous. But still, we have to keep a positive attitude about all that, because there is a strong possibility on the table being discussed. So I think all of us, we have to insist on that. Otherwise, Nima and all of you, we give up. There's going to be war all over again. And this war is going to destroy what it has not been destroyed yet, not only in West Asia, but the global economy. Are these people, these lunatics, these terrorist lunatics, lunatic enough to do that? Yes, they are. They don't care. So, and that's why it's so dangerous. You are dealing with a bunch of killers. You are dealing with a gigantic killing machine, one of the most, one of the nastiest in modern history and history as a whole.
Pepe, how do you see the role of Qatar? You mentioned Iranians. We know that the head of Iranian parliament, together with the head of the central bank of Iran and the foreign minister of Iran, they went to Qatar about that $12 billion that you've just mentioned. That is half of the frozen Iranian assets in. And how do you see the role of Qatar? Are they getting more involved? Because before we had Pakistan, and you mentioned that Pakistan is playing a very important role right now. But how do you see the role of Qatar and GCC countries?
Yeah, the top mediators are Pakistan. Qatar, they don't want to get involved. Qatar, they want to protect themselves from any extra effects, nasty effects on their economy. They already suffered a lot. So for them to unblock these funds, which are in Qatari banks, is not such a big deal. It's not Qatari money, it's in Qatari banks, and they can do it. And even Trump can even sell that inside the US to domestic public opinion. Look, we didn't do it, the Qataris did it. So this is something that arranges everybody. And the Iranians know it. And that's why they sent this ultra high level top delegation to Doha. So this is something that can be done. It's an example of things that can be done. But when we get to the ultra intractable deals, everything from the nuclear dossier to the Iran's ballistic program to support for the axis of resistance to the new status of the Strait of Hormuz, then we know that then it's hell. Then we could have years of negotiations in any of these issues, right? So just to give you an idea of what is the mentality of these negotiations at the moment. They know that, okay, we can have an incremental success here, another one over there, and that maybe starts building momentum. And then maybe this will show, especially to the US. Forget about the bloody Zionists, especially to Trump and the people around him, that this is inevitable, that there's only one way out for him, which is to strike some sort of deal that he can sell to domestic public opinion as victory, Trump style, like like if this was an MMA show. Who cares? The thing, as long as Iran gets the respect for their rights and their sovereignty and their independence and the sacrifices they made, they don't care how this is going to be sold inside the US.
Because the situation is not sustainable for Donald Trump, Pepe. It's, we know, domestically and in terms of the global economy. That's why he's so desperate to get a deal as soon as possible. And he's trying to do his best to, as you've mentioned, Qatar paying Iran and other countries. I don't know if the United States going to be that much, because how is that going to be able for, how do you see Donald Trump with the blockade? Are we going to see the blockade being removed? I'm talking about not only the blockade itself by its name, American forces. Because if that would be the case, in the last 2 days, we've seen the confrontation between the two parties. As you mentioned, Iran didn't respond because of the Hajj in Saudi Arabia. That may happen anytime soon, as the Hajj is over next week, as you've mentioned. And this is going to be the second phase of the conflict if they don't reach an agreement before that.
Well, Nima, the blockade was another one of those 3 in the morning ideas in the mind of a 4-year-old. It's his total responsibility, this absolutely stupid idea to blockade all Iranian ports, as if the US Navy had the means to implement this blockade. And now we know that tankers and super tankers are doing the back and forth, paying the tolls or, let's say, administrative or environmental fees, which is another way of describing it, a wonderful way of describing it. Of course, it's if we're using this waterway, you have to pay transit. It's normal. It happens in other parts of the world as well. So there's no blockade. Once in a while, we have a Netflix show of, we boarded an Iranian tanker in the southern Indian Ocean or in the Arabian Sea or whatever and all that. So we have all those images. A few hours later, nobody's talking about it. So it's not working. Everybody knows it's not working. But because it was his idea, for him to backtrack, Nima, once again, it's ego, 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 ego plus ego. We are dealing with an immensely insecure character. And everything about him is, of course, Narcissus, that intergalactic ego. And, of course, the total impossibility to admit that he committed zillions of very serious mistakes. He'll never admit it. Sorry. That's the cold that I got in my last week in Shanghai. So this is not going to change. And to compound the problem, the level of mediocrity around his team is something so, I've been trying to define it as intergalactic, because there's no other way. It is. It's something beyond the spheres. There's nobody that can take 5 minutes, enter the Oval Office and say, look, you're going to have to take these decisions now because blah, 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 blah. Otherwise, you're dead. Nobody has the guts to do that. It's not going to be the Secretary of Forever Was, which is beyond a clown. It's not going to be Vance. On the contrary, Vance, Trump is trying to find a way to get rid of Vance. And this is something we know via people who have access to Vance. So there's nobody to talk to him. There's nobody capable of convincing him about his mistakes. And then it all comes back to the way he was indoctrinated by those sub-mafia types when he was growing up and he was a young man. That's why it's so... if the situation was not volatile enough, and it already is, it makes it even more complicated, because we are dealing with an absolute idiot on an intergalactic level. But dangerous, immensely dangerous. And every day that passes, even more dangerous, because then you are confronted with your own mediocrity. And nobody can escape that, Nima. When you look at yourself in the mirror and you know that you fucked up big time and you are an immense mediocrity, life as a whole corrodes, and you become completely putrid, fetid. And that's what's happening with this character right now. The problem is we all pay the price of it. It's a very nasty spectacle to watch, to follow, but we are all victims.
The sad reality is, Pepe, if we compare the Trump administration today to what it was when this administration started its work, they're more Zionists right now than it was before.
Yes.
We don't have Joe Kent. We don't have Tulsi Gabbard. Many people. J.D. Vance somehow disappeared from the scene.
Completely.
Yeah.
And now it's a Zionist state that took over completely the administration of the United States, and of course all the levers of power, the important levers of powers in Washington and across the Beltway. Terrifying, terrifying to say the least. Makes us want to disappear, but we can't, and it's part of our job. We have to keep pointing out the absurdities, the discrepancies, the immense amount of stupidity after stupidity, the killing of international law, the killing of diplomacy, the killing of critical thinking, the killing of respect for the other. And when I say other, that includes everybody else, includes every interlocutor, not only Iran per se, but everybody else. For instance, Trump is, I wouldn't say standing by Pakistan for the moment, because his only calculation is, okay, maybe Pakistan can get me out of this jam. So it's a very, very petty personal interest, It's not about the bigger questions provoked by his decision and questions that interfere in the way the global economy is, in fact, is getting into a black void each day, each passing day,
It's so funny when they're talking about international law. Just look at what the United States did in the last several decades. Look at Cuba, look at Venezuela, look at Iran today, look at Syria, what they did to Syria, occupying the land and selling their oil and selling that to Israel. And you know, this is, where is the international law? There is nothing called international law.
No, that's
The attack on Iran.
Yeah, that's a way. It's not over. It's not even 6 feet under, Nima. It's a million miles under by now. But one thing, I'm sorry, I have to finish because tomorrow is my last day in Shanghai and it's going to be totally frantic. So I apologize to all of you. But as a wrap up, it's extremely difficult to explain to all of you, to Nima and to all of you, how the sensation of following these absolutely extraordinary events from China here and from okay, that's the capital of it. There are several important capitals of Asia. Moscow is a capital of Eurasia. Bangkok is, let's say, the super agreeable capital of Southeast Asia. Shanghai is the capital, could be the capital of Asia as a whole. And it's so, this dementia, which is now corroding the West from the inside, it's so far away when you compare how they are living their lives here, how they are building a society that works in every sense, how you learn of how they're making this work. Like Shanghai is a mega city where everything works. It's astounding, in fact. So the contrast between the future being forged here in Asia and the dementia corroding the West very, very far away, it's something, once again, let's go back to the galaxies. It's a Star Wars trip, really. And they look very far away from, from the Bund, where they have the Lujiazui, the financial district on the other side with those absolutely incredible towers, and the architecture that the Brits organized in the late 19th, early 20th century that now has been upgraded and modernized by the Chinese especially. And you go to their fantastic restaurants and you see their technological progress everywhere. And it's so far away from all this mess, which was caused by the West itself, by Western arrogance and ignorance, where you have a president of the United States, which is the embodiment of arrogance and extreme ignorance. When you have the European elites, which are very, very busy fleecing their populations because they must get into a war against Russia until the end of this decade. So the Chinese look at all that and they said, have they gone mad? Yes, they have gone mad. Do we Chinese care? No, we don't. We'll continue doing what we're doing, which is forging a future for ourselves and for our partners across the world that is livable and not dominated by folly, absolute folly, which is what the West is now, the empire of folly, essentially.
Yeah. Muito obrigado, Pepe. Thank you so much for being with us today. We know
my longtime friend and collaborator, Larry Johnson, joins us now. Larry, a pleasure as always. I want to talk to you about Trump and the control that the Zionist lobby has over him. But before we get to that, couple of significant military events over the weekend. How significant was the U.S. Attack on Iranian speedboats, which killed some Revolutionary Guard sailors?
Yeah, the situation's deteriorating. The entire ceasefire, which went into effect roughly April 15th. I mean, the initial phase was April 7th, but April 15th brought in Lebanon as well. That was one of the demands of Iran. Well, that's out the window. Israel's on full-blown attack now against targets in Iran, and they're gonna level southern Lebanon if they can. So then this back and forth yesterday with Iran and the United States, it's not an isolated incident. The United States is continuing to run active aerial patrols up and down the Strait of Hormuz. And so I think it's just a matter of time before it breaks out into the full-blown conflict, probably by the end of this week.
So when Trump says or Rubio says we're close to a deal, is this one of those, let's manipulate the markets and make some money?
Yeah, no, it's exactly what it is. This is Iran's positions are very clear. Again, this is like dealing with the Russian. What is the Russian position on ceasefire? Iran has stipulated unfreeze frozen assets. That's number one. And people need to understand a lot of those frozen assets came from weapons purchases that the Shah made in his last year that was owed to Iran. And then when the Islamic Republic was established, the United States refused to fulfill the deal, but they kept the money. Okay?
Those frozen assets go that far back?
Oh, yeah. Iran was Saudi Arabia before Saudi Arabia was Saudi Arabia. By that, I mean the major purchaser of U.S. weaponry, billions of dollars. So, I've used the example. It's like, you give me $250,000 for a Lamborghini, and then I don't like your politics. And I say, well, I'm not giving you the Lamborghini, but I'm keeping your $250,000. That's where a large portion of these frozen assets came from. So you got the frozen assets. Second is immediate sanction relief. The United States keeps talking about, we'll see if you comply with the agreement. Iran's been down that road before with the JCPOA. They signed on. People, they keep being told that was such a terrible deal. That is a lie. It's just a blatant lie by Trump and those around him. People should go back and read that agreement. It was very detailed, very precise, and in fact, pretty onerous as far as it was the requirements levied upon Iran. But then they were promised sanction relief, which never came. So Iran's saying, no, we're not, giving you a hamburger today for promises you're going to pay on Tuesday or next Wednesday. No. We want it now.
Thank you, Wimpy. Right.
Yeah.
Right.
And then the third element that's non-negotiable is the war's got to stop in Lebanon. Israel has got to stop. The United States has got to put the brakes on. The United States has that power. The United States refuses. And the United, as we've seen throughout this so-called ceasefire that's now completely bankrupt, that the United States refuses to exercise the leverage over Israel that it has. And then the fourth element is Iran's going to continue to charge, let's call them resort fees or user fees, environmental fees. They're not going to charge a toll, but any ship that's going to pass through the Strait of Hormuz is going to pay money to Iran. It's going to be paid in either the Iranian currency or Chinese yuan.
Right.
And the point of all that is those four basic conditions for Iran. United States is not going to accept those because the Zionists will not let Trump accept those.
Here's the arch Zionist, Ben Gvir. They're not going to stop in Lebanon if it's up to him. Cut number 6.
Sirens for manned aircraft, explosive drones. We must not accept this reality. We must not normalize it. We already know how it ends when they tolerate and adapt to a routine of terror. Not this time. This madness must stop. I call on Prime Minister Benjamin Netanyahu You must reach out to Donald Trump immediately, go to him directly, and lay every single one of our concerns out clearly on the table. Make it perfectly clear that the state of Israel is not willing, absolutely not willing to accept. And we refuse to tolerate this any longer. We are not willing to continue these endless campaigns. Our ultimate goal is to achieve a decisive and final victory in every one of them. We need to cut the electricity in Lebanon.
My goal, of course, is greater Israel.
Gee, was he just talking about a final solution? Sounded like it.
Wow.
And I mean, that kind of language out of him is disgusting.
Yes.
And it underscores that, you know, Trump is the daddy here. They go to daddy. And then Trump has it in his power to stop this, but instead he continues to enable it.
Well, Larry, we've played this for you. When Trump says Netanyahu will do whatever I want him to, he really has that in reverse.
Yeah. Right now, it's as I wrote over the weekend, there are 200. I can give you 250 million reasons why, and that refers to the amount of money that Miriam Adelson allegedly gave to the Trump campaign. But it's not just Adelson. It's Paul Singer. There's a whole collection of Jewish billionaires that are ultra Zionists that are levying their pressure on Trump. And we saw just when the word started over the weekend that there was the possibility of a deal congealing coming into place. Boy, social media just exploded. Trump was getting savaged and hit from all sides. The Lindsey Grahams, the Ted Cruzes, for starters. But, so it's just a reminder coming on the heels of the defeat of Thomas Massie in Kentucky by a Zionist lobby, that, if Russia exercised this kind of influence over the U.S. political system and over U.S. political leaders, we would have started World War III. Instead, America is just pliant. They go along with it. They accept it. And people, like me and others who will speak out against it are attacked.
Here's Joe Kent reinforcing his own reasons for resigning. It almost sounds like it's a Ray McGovern gathering, a rage against the war event on Memorial Day yesterday. Chris, cut number 5.
So I made a promise to myself in my 20s that I never knew I'd actually have to cash it at some point. I promised myself if I was ever in a position to prevent young men and young women from going into a needless war, that I would speak out, that I would do something. Fast forward 20 plus years, I found myself in that position. I found myself in President Trump's administration, was honored to be there, was leading the National Counterterrorism Center. It was a job I felt was very important because we do have real terrorist threats that have only gotten worse because of this war. But I wanted to actually help President Trump deliver on his campaign promises. And watching a foreign government, watching the Israelis march right in and basically dictate terms to us and manipulate American intelligence, manipulate the media, manipulate those around President Trump to put us into this war. I knew that I had to leave. I knew I had to start speaking out because I couldn't stand by and watch more body bags come into Dover.
Manipulate. He's an intellectually honest guy. Did his boss resign for the same reason? She just didn't say it.
Effectively, yes. Because look, it wasn't just, Tulsi resigned 2 weeks before her other assistant, Amaryllis Kennedy. I think it's Amaryllis Fox Kennedy. She is the daughter-in-law of Robert F. Kennedy, but she had been a CIA officer, a covert, clandestine officer. So, and it looks like the person that's been put in place, who's now the acting DNI, is someone with sympathies towards Israel. I'll put it that way.
Wow. Let's switch gears if we could. The other significant military action over the weekend was the use of an Oreshnik against Ukraine. Is Vladimir Putin finally taking the gloves off, Larry?
Oh yeah, no, we're in a whole new era as far as this war. It has turned the corner. This warning the warning started 2 weeks ago with Ambassador Dmitry Polyansky when he was on Danny Davis's podcast and laid out very, pretty clearly that, Europe was now going to be in the crosshairs. That message was reiterated by then Sergei Rybkov, the deputy foreign minister, 2 or 3 days later. What Lavrov did yesterday in calling Rubio, it goes beyond just saying we're taking the gloves off. It is in this. I think this. Some people have complained. Well, why didn't Russia do this before? I think there were 2 primary reasons Russia has not been hitting these targets previously, but now they're going to. Number one, Russia had intelligence assets inside each of those facilities, ministries, organizations, call them what you will. And so Russia, if it's going to attack them, it would have to give those guys or gals a heads up. And, that could expose that operation. So that was one reason, I believe, leading them to pull back, because they were getting, they calculated more intelligence out of those organizations than it would be more costly if they attacked them and lost that at that point.
What organizations are you talking about? Ukrainian intel?
Everything, intel, military, general staff. Russia's got an outstanding intelligence capability.
CIA?
That I don't know. At least they'll have people. They'll have intelligence officers in places in Ukraine where CIA officers are operating. We'll put it that way. And that then is the second factor. Previously, Russia didn't hit these centers because there were a lot of NATO officers, there were a lot of CIA personnel, other U.S. personnel, and Russia felt if we attack these centers, kill all these foreigners, that's going to run the risk of escalation. They're now past that. They're going to escalate. They are going to hit those, but they've warned. They always go through, they dot the I's, they cross the T's, they follow international law. They've warned them. Get your people out. These areas are now going to be targeted. And it's not talking about just blowing up the Rada, some legislative building. No, they're going to go after the actual neural network that constitutes the intelligence and military side that has kept the Ukrainian army intact so far.
Is this why Foreign Minister Lavrov called Secretary Rubio and told him, you better take the call even if you are in India?
Yes, no, absolutely. This is the I don't want to say the equivalent of a declaration of war, but it's a transformative point, a watershed moment in this now 4-month war. So, and Rubio, I'm not sure Rubio got the message or understood the gravity of it. But, I was Scott Ritter, Andrei Martyanov, and we were all hosted last night on a podcast to talk about this, sort of the fresh reaction. And we all agreed this is this is a moment that is going to change the face of the war, and that could actually accelerate the end of it. So, because we'll find, I do not believe, I trust in our friend Ray McGovern. He says, if you want to know what the Russians are going to do, listen to what they say. And what they said yesterday was unequivocal. Get your people out. We're going to hit those centers. I don't think they're bluffing.
Very, very interesting. Why would the Ukrainians have, like the Americans did in Iran, attack a school and kill school children? I mean, that's unforgivable, and it arouses the wrath of a people. We all know what happens, the reaction to something like that.
Well, I got some insight into that yesterday, just serendipitously, contacted by somebody, who watches us, the regular follower of the judge. West Point grad, a Mustang. That means, he served as an enlisted guy and then went into West Point, came out, was an intelligence officer, did his time, retired. But he told me yesterday, he says, what's happened is the use of AI for targeting He says that wasn't being used a year ago. It's being used now. And the problem with AI is it's a garbage in, garbage out system, just because it collects all this data. But if the data itself is bad or unreliable, you can come away with a false confidence. And apparently that has, that's played a factor. Both, and Palantir is at the center of this. That played a factor in the attack on the school, the same way that it did on the attack on the Iranian school in Tehran, the Midlab. So what we're seeing is perhaps an over-reliance on technology that is one explanation for this.
Wow. Back to Iran. Is anybody throwing Trump a lifeline?
No, well, what's going on behind the scenes, Pakistan is playing a major role. And we saw was it on Saturday? There was a train bombing in Pakistan by the Baluchi Liberation Army. When you dig into the history of the Baluchis, now they live on both in Pakistan and in Iran. So it is an ethnic group. They've been seeking their independence, but they've had long-standing ties, more than 45 years, with Israel and Mossad. And Mossad has been very active with them in the past. In fact, there was one notorious case where two Mossad agents went into one of the Baluchi areas claiming to be CIA officers that were carrying US dollars and recruited these people. So they thought that they were carrying out intelligence operations for the United States. And they've been used to carry out terrorist attacks in Iran. You cannot rule out that as a result of Pakistan's increased role right now in promoting a new security architecture in the Persian Gulf, working really at the behest and in tandem with the Chinese, that they were targeted by Mossad as a sort of a retaliatory warning. You keep this up, there's more to follow. But the Pakistanis and Saudis have entered into an agreement that reportedly includes a nuclear umbrella. That this is not publicly reported yet, but this is what I've been told by someone familiar with the discussions, that both the Saudis and Qataris are now starting to distance themselves from the United States. That's the ultimate objective here: push the United States out of the Persian Gulf. So this, and in that regard, one of the interesting subtext here that people are not aware of, that I forget, it was 2-3 years ago, but there was the Gulf Arabs turned against Qatar. They were trying to cut off trade and to hurt Qatar, and the country that supplied Qatar with some if you will, humanitarian aid was Iran. So just because they're quote Gulf Arabs doesn't mean they all have a natural affinity for each other. And Iran has always had a pretty good relationship with Qatar. And Qatar is significant because that is the site of the largest U.S. military base in the region. That base is still active. So if Al Udeid is closed, that is going to be a significant blow to U.S. capabilities in the region.
Do you think Donald Trump has the remotest idea of all the forces he set in motion and all the how fruitless his efforts will be?
No. And in fact, he doubled down yesterday, over the week. Yeah, it was yesterday, insisting that, or in his conversation late Sunday, with all the Gulf Arabs, with Turkey, with Egypt, that, hey, y'all need to sign on. If you're going to do this, you got to sign on to the Abraham Accord. He wasn't asking them; he was telling them. And Saudis wasted no time coming back saying no and hell no. Others did too. They made it clear that there's not going to be any rapprochement with Israel until the question of a Palestinian state and Palestinian freedom is addressed. And until that time, there's not going to be any Abraham Accord. There'll be no recognition or peace with Israel. The issue of the Palestinian people, their right to exist, their right to a homeland, their right to a state, that must be addressed by the United States, by Israel, or else there will be no peace between the Arab countries and Israel.
Larry, thank you very much, my dear friend. We have a marathon of the day today, as you know.
Yeah.
So the question is, what actually happened? But probably the bigger question is, aside from even that, how much longer is this ceasefire going to hold? And is there a genuine basis for negotiated settlement, or are we doomed to go back to a hot war? To try and figure out what may happen here and what could be coming next, we are always delighted to have back with us Professor Saeed Marandi, who is professor at Tehran University and a former advisor to Iran's nuclear negotiating team, and a combat veteran of the Iran-Iraq War. I always think that's important to point out. Professor, as always, welcome back to our show.
Very much for inviting me. It's always a pleasure being with you.
And always a pleasure to have you on too as well, because we're always looking for what can we do to get this war over with. Not that one side needs to win or defeat, but that the war end in some kind of amicable solution. And it's critical that we understand the genuine position of the Iranian side and not just the sound bites we get in the American that everything is always from our position, which we're going to see in a second. I want to actually get to that issue right off the top there we just mentioned, because all in the Western media, we keep saying without any details that this was a defensive measure and that the Iranian gunboats were allegedly planting mines in the Gulf there. And then it's unclear why, if there were boats planting mines, why we then hit missile launch sites and apparently some other facilities as well. What can you tell us from the perception of the Iranian side? How do you view it?
Well, Western media, I think, is it's pretty clear that they're simply going to repeat what the U.S. government says. And even media outlets opposed to Trump in these issues, they too will repeat what the military says. But the reality is that the 4 sailors that were murdered by the Americans were murdered in Iranian territorial waters. And why would they lay mines in Iranian waters? That doesn't sound very reasonable. The reality is that the United States carried out those attacks unprovoked. And it seems to be to put pressure on the Iranian negotiators, most probably, especially because it's being carried out simultaneous to the escalation in Lebanon, where the Israelis are expanding the airstrikes on civilian targets and threatening to destroy 10 buildings for every drone that Hezbollah fires at a tank. So we're dealing with two armies that have no moral compass. 4 families in Iran are mourning the loss of their children, and this is putting to risk the ceasefire negotiations, because the Iranians have said, the Iranian armed forces last night stated that expanding the war and aggression is going to can put an end to the negotiations. And of course, in the case of the Persian Gulf, the Iranians said that they are going to retaliate. We already saw today's ship hit off the coast of Oman. I think it was a tanker. So that could be some sort of retaliation to the strike.
Well, that's actually what I wanted to talk about here, because according to a statement by the Ministry of Foreign Affairs published earlier today, that last line you see there, without any doubt, the Islamic Republic of Iran will leave no act of aggression unanswered and will show not the slightest hesitation in defending the sovereignty and territorial integrity of Iran. So that's obviously the question is, it's a tough situation for Iran, because this wasn't a restarting of the war. It was, whether provoked or not, it was definitely a limited targeted hit, but it was something important. It did kill some of your armed forces, blew up some ships, apparently a missile launch facility as well. So the question is, from the Iranian side, how do you calculate whether you should respond in kind and possibly spin this thing back up into a war, or do you just take the hit? How does that work on the Iranian side? How are they calculating that?
Well, no launchers were actually hit, but the two boats were each carrying, I think, 2 people, were destroyed. But the Iranians, they fired missiles at the U.S., but also, as I said, they downed between 1 to 3 drones, and someone struck that ship off the coast of Oman, outside of the Persian Gulf, in the Gulf of Oman. So Iran is not going to let any assault or any attack go unanswered. I think during the 39 days of hot war, that was clear. In the past, the Iranians were always trying to prevent escalation from happening. We saw that in previous attacks by the United States against Iranian sovereignty, the Israeli regime bombing our embassy in Syria a couple of years ago, the Americans murdering General Soleimani a few years ago, in Iraq, in Baghdad International Airport, by the airport. But now, after this war, the Iranians have decided that they will not hold back anymore. I think a certain threshold has been crossed, and the Iranians are going to be very tough from now on. But in addition to all that, the fact remains that the siege continues. And the U.S. siege on the Persian Gulf is effectively bringing down the global economy. And every day that goes by, the United States is simply shooting itself in the foot once again. And the Israelis, of course, they don't care for the global economy. They want the negotiations to be wrecked. So that is also why Netanyahu has suddenly decided to expand the slaughter across Lebanon. And he's bombing apartment buildings and slaughtering kids across Lebanon. You don't see it in the Western media, of course, for obvious reasons, just like we don't see the daily killings in Gaza for obvious reasons. But the Iranians are not going to tolerate that. And this is a repeat of what we saw after the 39 days of fighting. I'm sure you recall when the Iranians and the Americans announced a ceasefire, there was also back then supposed to be a regional end to the hostilities. And then ships would be able to leave the Strait of Hormuz. This was well over a month and a half ago. And then back then, too, Netanyahu did the same thing. He expanded the atrocities across Lebanon, started carpet bombing cities across the country, including Beirut, and he killed hundreds of people within minutes just to wreck the ceasefire. And he succeeded because the Iranians said, since they're violating the ceasefire, those ships that are affiliated to the countries that were helping the United States attack Iran, Kuwait, the Emirates, Saudi Arabia, Qatar, and Bahrain, the Iranians halted them from leaving. So because of Netanyahu and Trump, the world is heading towards catastrophe. This could have been the crisis, the economic crisis, could have been eased over a month and a half ago.
So the question is, though, where are we now? And are we getting closer to a resumption of war, or are we getting closer to a deal? Over this holiday weekend here in the United States, President Trump went on Fox News and said that they were 95% of the way there. Last night, Secretary of State Rubio was talking to the press gaggle, and he says, well, maybe not quite 95%, but we've got the general outlines, et cetera. And I want to show you, I think I'm going to show you 2 different clips here, one from the U.S. side, one from the Iranian side, which I think captures just how far apart we are in even the terms of the conditions where we are and what we're trying to accomplish. First of all, here earlier today was General Jack Keane talking about how we're looking for something that benefits us.
What a good deal is for the United States. We know what our positions are. They're very clear, and we have made public statements to address them. And I'm absolutely convinced we're not going to make a bad deal. I'm not going to relitigate, should we or shouldn't we be in this phase? I felt from the outset we should have continued kinetic operations and then forced them into uncompromising positions. But this is the president's decision. He wanted to take a diplomatic action here. And I think what we need to make certain here and assist us along and help and inform the American people as to what the stakes are, what the issues are here.
Now, I want to touch on something he said there because it's kind of an article of faith. It's accepted across most of the Western world here, especially in the United States. In that, well, we stopped the kinetic action in the first 40 some odd days a little prematurely. We shouldn't have. We had about 70% of everything destroyed, and that still left about 30%. And these advocates, and he's one of them, say, you know what, we should forget about negotiations and just finish off that last 30%, and then Iran will be completely gutted. What do you say to that?
You know, there are lots of Iranians who are saying the same thing, that we should have continued and we should have continued the war until all U.S. assets in the Persian Gulf and its proxies were destroyed, and keep the Israelis in their bunkers for more weeks, and then force the Americans to give even better concessions. So it works with both ways, but I think it's pretty clear that the United States didn't have the upper hand, and even U.S. intelligence is leaking information to the Washington Post and the New York Times that actually the Iranian military is much stronger today than they thought. Iranian production lines are active, and this is something that I've been saying all along. Today, as we speak, Iran is more prepared for war than it was 3 months ago at the start of the war. The Iranian economy is suffering. It is worse off than it was 3 months ago, as are the economies across the world. But the military is stronger today. And we saw that those underground cities were basically untouched, and Iran's missile. And the Iranians today have more advanced missiles because the production of missiles and drones continued during the war and after the war. And during the first couple of weeks of war, the Iranians were basically firing old missiles and old drones to get rid of them. They've had them for well over a decade. And more recently, in the later weeks, were they using the more developed weapon systems that they have. So now all of their drones and missiles are of the more advanced type, and they are larger in number than what was before. And I think from the outline of the negotiations, it's pretty clear that what has been agreed upon up till now reflects the fact that the Iranians have the upper hand, because all the Americans get from Iran is a commitment not to build a nuclear weapon. Well, Iran has been saying that for decades. We can commit 100 times, and also to open the Strait of Hormuz to allow traffic to go back to where it was. But Iran will continue to control the strait, so that's fine with Iran too. What does Iran get? The United States has to release half of the assets that the U.S. government stole from the Iranians. It has to waive sanctions on the energy sector during this period. Did I get cut off?
Yeah, I think we did there for a second. I think you're back now.
Yeah, so the United States has to end the siege. I don't know if I said that, if you heard me say that. Just to repeat, the United States has to end the siege. It has to end the sanctions on the energy sector for this period of time. It has to waive the sanctions. It has to release half of the Iranian assets at the very beginning of the deal that they. And it has to end. It has to end the siege, and it has to bring about a ceasefire across the region, which includes Lebanon. So I think that for Iran constitutes a good deal. Then after 60 days, if things go well, which is, we don't even know if there's going to be a deal, and we don't know if the 60 days will successfully be successful, the ceasefire. But then the two sides will and about the nuclear program, which I think those will be the more difficult negotiations.
Yeah, let's hope that we get to those. You talk about, well, I just showed you Jack Keane is saying that a good deal is everything that we're looking for, and literally none of what you just said there. Your foreign minister, I hope I say his name correctly, Bagai, foreign ministry spokesman, he kind of laid out where the Iranian side views these negotiations. And instead of Trump's 95% of the way there over the weekend, he's a little bit more Seguin.
The focus of the negotiations is on ending the war. At this stage, we are not discussing the details of the nuclear issue. Threats, pressures, portrayals, and publishing caricatures are part of the political maneuvering on that side of the world. We pursue our work in the field of action. We see the realities, regardless of the perceptions and imagery of the other side. It is true that we have concluded a large part of the topics under discussion. However, no one can claim that this means an agreement is imminent.
So it sounds like that the Iranian side is like saying, I'd like a negotiated settlement on the terms that you just laid out there, but if I don't get them, we'll just continue on with the status quo until the pain is enough on the other side. Is that a fair rendering?
Yes, I think that is a very precise rendering. Not that our side, the Iranian side, will not suffer. Of course it will suffer. The economy will continue to struggle, but this is an existential war for Iran. The United States and the Israeli regime are out to destroy the country. Trump has repeatedly spoke about obliterating Iran, taking Iran back to the Stone Age, wiping out a civilization. That is all genocidal language. And of course, his partner has been carrying out genocide for almost 3 years now. And he, of course, assists in the genocide. So we take this language seriously, even though no one in the Western mainstream media has ever condemned it, and no government in the West has condemned it, and no parliamentarian in anywhere in Europe or Australia or New Zealand or in Canada, no one has condemned it either. So when it comes to Iran, genocidal threats are fine, and that means that the Iranian people have to be very much prepared to defend themselves.
And to what extent we see a lot of things in the Western press about claims, but it seems pretty obvious that the people and the economy of Iran really are hurting because of this blockade and because of the first round of kinetic strikes, et cetera. How would you characterize how the people are suffering, and how are they holding up under that suffering?
Well, polls do show that the overwhelming majority of Iranians continue to support the policies of the government, because they recognize, despite the hardship, that Iran has no option but to remain steadfast. They know that the United States will be ruthless. People in Iran saw the U.S. Admiral, I think Cooper, say that the school, the Minab school, the elementary school where they wiped out 168 girls on day one, on minute one of the attack, that's where they targeted first. He lied and said that this was on an active missile site. And ironically, at that time, there were a lot of international journalists there, including a Sky News journalist. And Sky News is very hostile towards Iran. It's very biased towards the United States. But it was so bad what he said that even the Sky News journalist was outraged. And he said, we've been all over the city. We've been speaking to the families. We've seen the school. We've looked around. There is no sign of any missile base. So when we have the likes of Cooper who are fully prepared to slaughter kids and to then blame the victims, we know that we're dealing with a very dangerous regime, a regime that says it will wipe out our nation. So Iranians are going to obviously be steadfast. And as I said, I think once before, Iranian religious culture is also a culture which encourages steadfastness against the oppressor and the belief in supporting the oppressed. That's one major reason why the Iranians support the Palestinians, the Cubans, who are also under siege, because it's a part of their religious identity. So that resistance and resilience is particularly strong among Iranians, among the resistance in Lebanon and elsewhere. But life is more difficult. Just today, I went shopping, and the goods that I purchased at the supermarket are considerably more expensive than what they were 3 months ago. But the global economy is in catastrophic, is facing catastrophe, and the belief is, according to economists, that if this continues, it will bring about a catastrophic situation for the United States, and thus that is the reason why Trump is so keen on getting a deal very swiftly. During the negotiations, the Americans were much more insistent on having a swift deal than the Iranians. The Iranians were slower about it because they don't want any loopholes. Because the nuclear deal, the JCPOA in 2015 and 2015, a major problem was that the Iranians carried out their side of the bargain, and the Americans under Obama refused to do so. In fact, for Trump to say that he wants a deal better than the JCPOA, that would be very difficult to do, because the JCPOA was a pretty bad deal for Iran because of the loopholes. In other words, the Iranians carried out their commitments, then the Americans wouldn't carry out their commitments. They refused to do so. And so Iran suffered. And that's why Trump leaving the nuclear deal actually did Iran a favor, because if Iran had left the nuclear deal itself, it would have been attacked and marginalized. But since the United States did it, it allowed Iran to go back to square one. And now if they want to negotiate anything, they'll negotiate in a way to make sure that it does not carry out its commitments first.
Yeah. Okay. Yeah. And I'm going to get to the sequencing here in just a second. Let me ask you a question while we're still on the topic, because you fought in the Iran-Iraq war, and presumably you were also just in the civil society at that point too. So you could see, and I wonder if you could compare the level of suffering that the Iranian population suffered during that war and how they stood up to it as compared to what's going on here since February.
Well, it's a very different type of war, but that war, during that war, if you include the fact that Saddam Hussein and Western countries were supporting terror groups in Iran and across the country, but also in the Kurdish areas near Iraq, the Iraqi border, I think on the whole, the Iraqi war and these terror attacks and so on, almost 200,000 Iranians were killed during those 8 years. And I think 194,000 or so died. I think 150, 60 were directly from the war, and the others from other terror attacks and assassinations and bombs and so on. So that war lasted long, and it was, and we had many martyrs, and they used chemical weapons. The West gave Saddam chemical weapons. I survived 2 chemical attacks. I survived a mustard attack, and I survived a nerve agent attack as well. So, so in a way, that was much more devastating. But this war was the fact that the Americans and the Israelis would bomb across the country, and they would bomb apartment blocks, in Tehran or Esfahan, or they would bomb hospitals and in Kashan, or across the country, attacks were being carried out. In the case of the Iran-Iraq war, most of the damage was in the border areas, because the nature of war has changed, of course.
Yeah. But in terms of the population itself, because I would imagine that the economy was bad, that the price of the goods was high, et cetera.
Oh, yes.
So, but they suffered through it, and they have historical experience, not just Norse stories, right?
Yes, and as I said, the religious culture in Iran also makes Iranians very resilient. There's a good book by Alistair Crook, our mutual friend, and it's an old book called, I think I explained it to you once before, but I'm not sure, but it's called Resistance. It's a rather old book, but he does describe Iranian religious culture and that of Hezbollah, and I think it's very useful for people to read the book. And Alistair is a very knowledgeable person. Another very good book is Going to Tehran by Flint and Hillary Leverett, which I think people should read, especially during these circumstances. Americans, if the U.S. policymakers had read that book and listened, yes, this is Alistair Crook's book. And maybe next time you invite him, you can ask him about the book. But there's also another book by Flint and Hillary Leverett, who worked in the White House, called Going to Tehran. That's also a book that I think people should read. And there's another good book by Peter Oborn called I forget the name of the book, but it's on the Iranian, A Dangerous Delusion. It's a slight book, but it's about the Iranian nuclear program. There's some very good books out there. I mean, these three, and there's another one called Manufactured Crisis. I think people should start reading more about Iran because the U.S.-Iranian relationship is going to be something of importance in the years ahead.
Indeed. In fact, we got to worry about if we get the weeks or months ahead right now.
That's right.
You talked about some of the terms and the conditions that are necessary for Iran to have a negotiated end to this. Going back to Jack Keane, he thinks that he has the leverage over Iran for a quick decision, and it has to do with money.
We have leverage over their money. They want their frozen assets released. They want sanctions removed. We have got to use that as leverage. The other leverage was saying, well, we'll reattack if you don't do that. I think where they are, they don't take it seriously because they'll stretch this thing out. The closer we get to the midterms, they believe the less likely the United States would ever attack them. So the real leverage here is money. And we've got to use that money to help get the best deal we possibly can. We can't give in to their negotiations. They're going to want some good faith on our part. Okay, release some billions of dollars to us. I think the Qataris were talking about, because they have control of some frozen assets, some $6 billion. That'd be a mistake. We cannot throw that kind of a lifeline to the regime before we get down to the nitty-gritty of the deal, which is what? Nuclear weapons, support for proxies, and ballistic missiles. And those are the things they're going to try to drag out here as much as they possibly can.
So I keep hearing that Iran wants to drag this out. They don't want to have a negotiated settlement. But if Jack Keane is right, if President Trump is going to listen to him and says, we're not going to give you any sanctions relief or unfrozen assets, and we're going to be talking about the nuclear situation up front because that's Trump's big thing. They can't have a nuclear weapon, et cetera. But we just saw the foreign ministry spokesman for Iran say that that's not even in this phase of negotiation to discuss about anything nuclear. That'll be later on, and we need that money up front. Therefore, it seems like almost from that point alone, we're at an impasse because, correct me if I'm wrong, Iran is saying it's going to be some cash up front to prove that there's some legitimacy there, or there's not going to be a next phase. How do you see it?
Well, of course, it is Iranian money that is being illegally held. But there's a paradox in what he says, because on the one hand, he says that Iran needs money and we shouldn't hand it to them. Okay, then that means you're going to extend the war. And so, but that's what he says what Iran wants. So which one is it? Does Iran want a deal and to end the war, or does Iran want to extend the war? I think it's, pretty clear that he's neglecting two factors here. One is that the Iranian armed forces fought until the end, and it was not the Iranians who requested the ceasefire. It wasn't the Iranians who initiated the contacts. And for a few weeks, the Iranians ignored Iranian communications until day 34, 35, I don't know exactly when. And then ultimately, Trump accepted the Iranian 10-point plan as the framework for negotiations. So they began with unconditional surrender, lay down your arms, and then they ended with acceptance of Iran's 10-point plan as the framework for negotiations. So obviously, the Iranian military wasn't doing too bad if that's how the Trump he evolved during those 39 days. But more importantly is the fact that is something else that he neglects, and that is the Strait of Hormuz. And the longer that if the United States won the war and Iran was defeated, well, then the Strait of Hormuz is not an issue, but it is. So this siege that the United States has imposed on the Strait of Hormuz is a double-edged sword, and it is hurting the entire global economy. And if this continues, there will be a global economic depression. And if the war resumes, the hot war, then I think it will be a major economic depression, a very severe one, which will be far worse than the 1930s. So the United States has brought this, Trump has brought, and Netanyahu have brought this upon the United States and the entire world. And it didn't have to happen, But then after the 39 days where they failed in the war, we could have had a ceasefire, and the Strait of Hormuz would have been open to, I mean, it was never closed to the Chinese or the Russians or Oman or Iraq or any of those countries who were not fighting against Iran. It was only closed to those countries that cooperated with the United States in the war for obvious reasons. But if Netanyahu had refrained from carrying out genocidal assaults on Lebanon and accepted the ceasefire, we would have had ships going through the Strait of Hormuz 7 weeks ago, if I'm not mistaken.
Yeah, I think April the 8th.
Something like that. Yeah. So the United States, Trump and Netanyahu have created this catastrophe, and if they don't accept this deal, that means the Strait of Hormuz will remain closed. And I saw a program on your show a couple of weeks ago where you brought a gentleman whose name I forgot, but he was an expert on oil markets or energy markets, and what he was saying was that things are going to go downhill very fast.
Yeah, in fact, we're going to have a separate expert on our show tomorrow on the oil industry, and what Dr. Chris Martenson said was we're heading towards a cliff here pretty quick because of all the strategic petroleum reserves are masking a lot of the loss of the Persian Gulf, but that's about to run out in different parts of the world in different times, and we're going to see a huge problem because there simply won't be enough supply to go along. And then we keep getting, then that circles us back into who's actually eager to get this done the most, and it would seem to be the United States, but so far we haven't been willing to agree on anything. So up to this point, and correct me if I'm misunderstanding anything here, the Iranian side is saying if we get some of our frozen assets relieved as a good faith gesture up front and some kind of phased sanctions relief, then we'll have full open traffic, although still with the fees, I think is the current terminology being used in Tehran right now. And then that'll be open as long as our blockade opens too. Is that generally right?
Yes, the sanctions would have to be waived immediately, the sanctions for the Iranian energy sector. And also there would have to be a ceasefire. Iran will not enter an agreement unless there is an end to the war in Lebanon. So that's just out of the question.
Well, that's actually where I was going to go. So remember, far, it's issues of money and the frozen assets and the sanctions, et cetera, and the Strait of Hormuz. Obviously, it's a major deal to most of the world here. But here you have the New York Times earlier today say Netanyahu says Israel plans to intensify attacks on Hezbollah in Lebanon. And I think it was earlier today, this video was, this morning on Fox News where they were talking and they showed a soundbite of Netanyahu reinforcing that very point.
We're also tracking developments in the conflict between Israel and Iran's largest proxy, Hezbollah. The Israelis have vowed to ramp up strikes on the group amid ongoing drone and rocket attacks launched from southern Lebanon.
I want to bless the residents of the North's resilience that inspires all of us. But what this requires of us now is to increase the blows, to increase the intensity. We will smite them with overwhelming force.
So he's not even saying we're going to just not stop. He's saying they're going to ramp it up. So my question is, all these things we've talked about in the first portion of our show here today, if these all got satisfied to your satisfaction, to the Tehran satisfaction, but this one doesn't get fixed, is there a deal?
No deal. And, the New York Times, of course, is lying. And it's lying because it belongs to the Epstein class. And Fox News is lying too. The fact is that the Israelis are targeting civilians. They are bombing cities. And their footage is coming out every day. Families under the rubble, children crushed, just like in Gaza. And this is the interesting thing, that in Gaza, Western media looked away and allowed the Israeli regime to carry out the Holocaust. And said that, well, we cannot confirm anything because we don't have a presence there. But that was just an excuse. They wanted the Israelis to get away with, the massacres. In Lebanon, all of the major Western media agencies and media outlets have a presence. Every single one of them. There are more Western journalists in Beirut and media outlets than probably any Arab country in the world, especially compared to their population. But the reporting is just as sinister. because they are trying to frame this as if this is what is happening is that Hezbollah carries out operations, strikes the Israeli military, and they put out footage every day. These hit tanks, they hit soldiers, they hit trucks, military vehicles. And then in their rage, the Israeli regime carpet bombs cities. And then the New York Times says these are Hezbollah strongholds or Hezbollah targets. And we're seeing images of kids under the rubble every day, and I tweet them every day, just like in Gaza. So there's no difference whether the Western media is present, as in Lebanon, or absent. They will always let the Israeli regime get away with slaughter. And that just shows that they have no credibility, they have no morality, and they have no regard for human life. But Iran does have a great regard for human life. That is why Iran has been supporting the Palestinian people and the people of Lebanon. And the resistance in Lebanon has been particularly courageous. And they are the heroes of our time. Because why did they enter the battle with the Israeli regime? It was after the genocide in Gaza began. And remember, the prime minister called them Amalek, and they were saying there are no innocents in Gaza, meaning the children too. We will not allow food. And they were saying this from the beginning, their leaders. And if anyone goes back to the South African complaint to the ICJ, they put in all the quotes that during the first few months, that the genocidal intent was clear as day. And they carried it out and they continued to do so. So Hezbollah began to fight the Israeli regime in northern Palestine, in southern Lebanon, to draw their forces away from Gaza, to ease the pressure on the children of Gaza and the women of Gaza, to their own detriment, because they knew that the Israeli regime would target women and children in Lebanon. But they felt that they had a responsibility. Remember, it goes back to that religious culture that I said to you, supporting the oppressed and standing up against the oppressor. So Iran, for multiple reasons, will not accept an agreement unless they're included. One, for humanitarian reasons, and two, because this community is being wiped out, ethnically cleansed, and exterminated like the people of Gaza, because they were trying to prevent the genocide in Gaza.
So that leads us all to a very troubling conclusion here. So based on everything you said here, tell me if I've got this right. From the Iranian perspective, for this war to come to an end and for the dueling blockades to leave and to have any chance of a resumption of the flow of oil to even approximate what it was before this war started, Iran's going to have unfrozen assets that's their money freed up, sanctions relief before anything happens, an end of war negotiated.
The energy sector.
What's that?
The energy sector. Sanctions. The sanctions have to be waived for the energy sector, not all sanctions, just the energy sector.
Okay. So the sanctions on the energy sector, an end of war negotiated terms of some sort, some kind of an agreement on that, and a stoppage of the war in Hezbollah, against Hezbollah in southern Lebanon. So if all four of those things happen, then the Iranian side will agree to. But, and let me not mischaracterize, if any of those four things don't happen, then there won't be an end. Is that a fair statement?
Yes, that's right. And of course, the siege on the Strait of Hormuz, I'm not sure if you said that or not. But yes, you're absolutely correct. These are what have more or less been agreed upon for the most part. They're pretty close, actually. I know a bit about the text. They are pretty close, but the problem is that once they got close, then the pressure on Trump began to build in the opposite direction. The Zionists became outraged. They started, and then of course the Israelis again began to intensify the genocidal strikes on Lebanon. It's a repeat of what we had 7-8 weeks ago, when the U.S. and Iran had the ceasefire. Netanyahu went and undermined it, and thus prevented and thus pushed us to where we are today, where the global economy is on the brink. And now Netanyahu is doing the same thing, and so are the Zionists. They want, because the Zionists don't care about the U.S. economy or the Indian economy or the Argentina's economy, that they can all collapse. They just want their policies to be pursued. So they are trying to prevent this agreement from being put forward, from being agreed upon. My understanding is that Trump wants the deal. And my understanding is that they don't want to let him go through with the deal.
And here's part of the problem that President Trump, this is on his Truth Social here. Here's one of the problems for that is that he himself is retweeting stuff like this, where he says Obama's Iran deal, where it was all this cash. So, and this is just one of many that he's done here in just recent days. And basically, he's making it such that if he gives in to the unfreeze funds, which this was back in 2015, it was Iran's money back then too, but it was characterized this way. How can he not characterize it if he releases, I think it's even more billions of dollars of Iranian assets, and not be accused of the very thing he's highlighting here?
Well, I'm not sure if it's more, because that was cash, but maybe I don't remember, because this was a long time ago. But I assume that some of the Iranian assets were released back then. Just part of it was in cash. But in any case, these are Iranian assets, and Trump did not win the war; he lost the war, and so he has to face the consequences. And he can't open the Strait of Hormuz. He's tried to do that, and it failed. So his siege is true. His siege is putting pressure on Iran, but his siege is also putting pressure on the United States and the entire global economy. And what is coming out of all this? Two things. One is that for almost 3 years now, the United States has been helping the Israelis carry out genocide in Gaza. And now the United States wants to say, no, Israel should be allowed to carry out genocidal attacks in Lebanon, and that shouldn't be a part of the agreement. And Iran is saying, no, we should not have genocide in Lebanon. This is the point of this. So this is something that the world sees. But also, the world is seeing that the United States and Netanyahu, Trump and Netanyahu, they've caused a global economic catastrophe. And as the world is heading towards the cliff, Netanyahu and the Zionists are preventing a change in course. And so Netanyahu and the Zionists basically want to throw the entire global economy over the cliff. And Trump does not have the will, the capability, the motive, the freedom to resist them. That's, but the question though in Tehran is, as we move forward and the global economy gets worse, will there come a moment when the United States finally concludes that we have to prioritize our own interests over Israel? And so until now, U.S. interests have been subordinate to Israeli interests. But as the pain for the entire world grows, and the United States, the Iranians are wondering, will there come a point where American leaders finally say, we have to think about the United States?
And part of the problem, Professor, is not even just Israel per se, but it's inside Trump's inner circle. I mean, you had, since this current round here, just in the last number of days, you've had Mike Pompeo, you've had Senator Lindsey Graham, Senator Wicker, I think, Senator Kennedy, Jack Keane, of course, here, Keith Kellogg, any number of others, Rebecca Heinrichs, all these people, all these big names that are influencers on the conservative side in Trump's inner circle are screaming, don't do this deal because it's going to be catastrophic. And it'll, as Keane said, and I think one of those thoughts we had there, this will fund the Iranian regime and make sure that they do bad things later on. And so it's hard for me to see how President Trump is going to agree to those four things you mentioned and survive politically at his own domestic arena here. So that's a big headwind aside from what's coming from the Israeli side.
I think perhaps it was said best by Robert Kagan, of all people. This was the biggest defeat of the United States probably in its history, and it's going to be a defining moment for the empire. I think it's actually a good thing for ordinary Americans, because I think that the empire is not working in the interest of the American people. They don't care about the American people. But that's a different story. Trump is not going to, if let's say he resumes the war, will he win? No. What will happen? All the remaining oil and gas assets they'll probably be destroyed. And an economic depression, a great economic depression, will be assured for years. And that will change the face of this planet. The second is to continue with the siege. Fine. Life will get more difficult in Iran? Definitely. Will people be unhappy? Of course. Will it change anything in Iran? No. What will happen in the United States? The economy will go downhill. It'll go over a cliff. Will people be happy? No. Will Trump be able to justify it? No. Will the Iranian government be able to justify it? Yes, because they'll say that this country waged war on us and we have to remain steadfast till we get past this crisis. Can Trump say that? No, because people will say, why are we in this war? We're doing it for Netanyahu and for the Israeli regime. We're sacrificing for this genocidal regime. So that's not going to go well for Trump. And the third way is to accept the deal. And the deal will not fix things. The relationship between Iran and the United States is very poor. Iran is against ethno-supremacism. The United States and the West supports ethno-supremacism. Iran opposes genocide, and the West supports genocide. But beyond that, at least the global economy can begin to breathe. The problem is not going to be solved.
Right.
I think this crisis is going to. Well, I mean, I'll make sure to watch your program tomorrow myself because I am interested in these issues. I did watch the other one that you had with that gentleman whose name I don't know, but it was a very good program. Sorry?
Chris Martenson is his name.
Chris Martenson. He spoke, for me, who knows nothing about the economy, when he spoke, I understood everything he said. So he did a good job at explaining. So at least the global economy will have a chance to not to go into depression, at least. But the choice is going to be made by Netanyahu, the Zionist lobby, and Trump at the end of the day. And do I think there will be an agreement? I cannot bet on it. I mean, if I was a betting man, and I'm not, I would not bet on anything. It's just too messy. We'll just have to wait and see what happens.
And wow, let me ask you one more hard question here. We just rattled through those four things that Iran would have to have in order to bring this portion to an end so that we can get to phase 2 about the nuclear program itself. But the question is, you've addressed this once before, and I've seen a number of other Iranian officials, to include Foreign Minister Arakchi and several others here recently. How can you trust that the U.S. would do this time what it didn't do before, and how would you guarantee that to the satisfaction of the Iranian people?
Well, I know you didn't mean it this way, but I'm not a government official. I've never been a government official. I don't receive. I mean, even when I, let's say, when I'm on with you, I'm just speaking on my behalf, and some of the things I may say may not be to the liking of people in government. But no, I don't know. It's not clear. It could begin. Let's say that they could sign an agreement, and after 3 days, it could fall apart. I can see that happening. After 3 weeks, it could fall apart. Netanyahu will do whatever he can, and the Zionists will do whatever he can to bring about war, because he wants to exterminate the people of southern Lebanon, and the West will allow him to do it. He wants to exterminate the people of Gaza, and the West will allow him to do it. So, and he would like to have the United States fight a war with Iran. He wants the Americans to pay the price, not the Israeli regime. They launched a 12-day war against Iran with U.S. support, and they failed after 6-7 days. The 12-day war ended because Netanyahu was begging for a ceasefire. So they're not in a position to fight a war against Iran. So they want the United States to pay the price. And this 40-day war, which has caused immense suffering across the world, and it is going to cause a lot of suffering in the United States in the months ahead, is all because of Netanyahu and the Zionist lobby. That's what Joe Kent said in his resignation letter. He said that, look, Iran is not a threat. Iran is not pursuing nuclear weapons. And this war is about the Zionist lobby and the Israeli regime.
Yeah.
So we are where we are because of them. And it is those very same people who today would definitely want the war between the United States, the war that the United States carried out against Iran to continue.
And final question I got for you. So if those are the 4 points, and we've got to get to the point to where President Trump is able to bring Israel into heel, because that's what has to happen. It's not just Trump has to agree to it, because Israel has to stop fighting in Lebanon. So that's a really high bar to cross. But let's say that he does, or that he's not able to, and this thing just keeps languishing for a long time. Is there any scenario where Iran would restart a hot war to try to solve this?
I don't have an answer to that. It's, Iran, I mean, again, I think people should read those books that I mentioned, Going to Tehran, Alistair Crook's book. Contrary to what Americans are told and have been told for 47 years, the Iranians abide by principles. And we have never started a war. But the United States has started 3 wars against us. In 1980, they pushed Saddam Hussein to invade our country, and they gave him their proxies in the region, these 5 Arab regimes that helped the U.S. wage war against us. Back then, they gave Saddam Hussein hundreds of billions of dollars, and the West gave him chemical weapons to use against us. Then we had last year's war, and then this year's war. We never initiated a war. The United States they say we have proxies. We support the Palestinian people. They're not proxies. They're like the Jews in the Warsaw slums. They're like, they're the victims. They're not proxies. The resistance in Lebanon, Hezbollah, was created when Israel invaded Lebanon and took the capital. They held Beirut. Hezbollah was created under occupation. They were a national liberation movement. That's not a proxy. But who are the proxies? Jake Sullivan, in an email to Hillary Clinton on February the 12th, 2012, said, Al-Qaeda is on our side in Syria. That's a proxy. ISIS is a proxy. And these were the groups that the United States supported. And of course, now Al-Qaeda is in power in Damascus. And of course, Al-Qaeda is not doing anything to liberate Syria, occupied territory. Why? Because they were proxies of the United States. They're never going to do that. If they moved in that direction, the first people to support them would be the resistance, the Hezbollah, Iran, the resistance in Iraq. But they'll never do that because they're proxies. So the United States supports these Wahhabi and Salafi extremist groups, and we supported the groups that stood up against them. The United States supports ethno-supremacism, and we oppose it. We protect Christians in Syria and in Lebanon. We have Christian MPs in the Iranian parliament. We have a Jewish MP in the Iranian parliament. The Israelis bombed a synagogue during the war.
Yeah.
They bombed a synagogue in Tehran. So, in Iran, we support Jews, but the Israelis bomb Iranian Jews. Why do they bomb them? Because they're not Zionists.
Yeah.
So, this whole narrative in the West that the mainstream media and think tankers, all of them linked to power and the Epstein class, as many call it now, they've created a narrative which is very difficult for people to think beyond. But again, those books would, I think, help people to better understand the reality.
Yeah, and we'll recommend those books as well, so people get an understanding. They can make their own decisions about what they think about this. But as always, even if we don't like some of the consequences of some of the things that may be coming out and the difficulties have been in this war, we are very grateful for you coming on and sharing us the truth as you see it. We appreciate it.
Thank you very much for having me. God be with you.
And same with you as well. And just to let you guys know, just literally in a few minutes from now, Scott Ritter is going to be
26. Professor Jeffrey Sachs joins us now. Professor Sachs, thank you very much for your time. Before we get to Iran and the mess and the corner into which Trump has painted himself, how dastardly and geopolitically catastrophic was the Ukrainian attack on a girls' dormitory on a college inside of Russia that killed 25 young women?
Well, Ukraine has been attacking civilian sites, including this school, which is a human tragedy, but also an extraordinarily dangerous provocation. And in response to a number of these attacks on civilian sites, Foreign Minister Lavrov contacted U.S. Secretary of State Rubio and said in very clear terms, Russia is going to escalate in its attacks on operations centers and government centers in Ukraine, including in Kyiv, and that personnel from the West should be aware and should clear out. This was a very direct statement. It wasn't a threat. It wasn't an if you do this, then we'll do this. It was a statement of fact of what Russia will do. It means a rather dramatic escalation following a number of very, very serious provocations by the Ukrainian side, including the attack on the school, including massive drone attacks on Moscow, and including using Baltic country airspace to send drones to attack northwest Russia. Ukraine does not have its own break because Ukraine wants an expanded war. It's trying to draw the United States and Europe into an escalation on its side. It is trying to use the United States in the way that Israel uses the United States. Consider the fact that whenever the U.S. tries diplomacy in the Middle East, Israel thwarts it. Israel makes some provocation. Israel intensifies its own bombing. And you say, why would they do that? Well, they do that deliberately to twist the United States out of shape and use the influence that they have in the U.S. To bring the U.S. into a military escalation on Israel's side. Ukraine is doing the same thing. It's extraordinary that we are being pulled into this. It's extraordinary that Europe is taking Ukraine's bait rather than telling the Ukrainians, what the hell are you doing? Stop this before we're all killed. They're telling the Ukrainians, we support you. We're behind you 100%. We're going to help arm you. What they expect to come out of that other than a regional war, I can't imagine. But this is why Ukraine is behaving in such an utterly reckless way.
Is it likely that MI6 provided intel to target the school? And if so, wouldn't the CIA have known about it? And if so, don't the Russians know what intel agencies were involved in an attack like this?
It is probably the case that in almost all of Ukraine's attacks, the CIA and MI6 play an active role. That's especially true with the missiles that Ukraine uses, the Storm Shadows and others. These absolutely need to be targeted by U.S. or U.S. and British and French personnel. This has been known for years. it seems that despite Trump's claims to want to wind down the war, he may not have real control or decides not to have effective control over the U.S. intelligence agencies in their role in continuing to support and facilitate Ukraine's actions. This, I think, is likely to be the case. When it comes to Britain, Britain, of course, is the number one warmonger of all. Britain still lives in the dreamland of the British Empire, and it wants to escalate at all times. I would advise Britain, why don't you focus on keeping your national health service from collapsing rather than going to war with Russia? But they're not asking me, they're not listening, but that's the advice I would give.
Wow. Last question about Russia and Ukraine. How significant is it that the Russians used an Oreshnik 3 or 4 days ago to level some buildings on the outskirts of Kyiv?
Well, I think Russia is signaling that it's going to destroy the government apparatus in Kyiv if this continues, and maybe it's already reached the point that this is imminent. That is essentially what Foreign Minister Lavrov has said. So the Oreshnik is a powerful hypersonic weapon system. It can do grave damage. This was both a signal and a target together. But what the Russian government has said unequivocally to the United States is that more is coming. I would be very surprised if we don't see some direct attacks in the center of the Ukraine capital, as forewarned by Foreign Minister Lavrov.
Do you think that President Putin has sort of fallen into the groove that LBJ did in the Vietnam War? Remember those black and white pictures of him and McNamara moving pieces around on an enormous map? I mean, LBJ was a masterful politician, so was Putin, but neither of them was a military strategist, and we know the outcome of Vietnam.
I don't think it's exactly the same. Remember, what Russia invaded about was the U.S. and European clear deliberation to build Ukraine into the largest army in Europe and to incorporate it in the U.S. military alliance in NATO.
Right.
And that's was the reason why this war broke out in February 2014 and why it dramatically escalated in February 2022. And Russia, I believe, has achieved that goal. There will be no NATO enlargement to Ukraine, although to this moment, the British and the European Union members of NATO say, yes, there will, but there won't be. This is absolutely the reality. And so in this sense, Russia achieved its main war aim. But war is a lose-lose proposition. And the longer this goes on, it hurts all sides, no question. And it should have ended a long time ago. It would have been prevented in December 2021 if Jake Sullivan and President Biden had followed the advice I gave at the time, which was tell President Putin that NATO will not enlarge. They refused to say that. The war would have ended in April 2022 when Ukraine agreed on neutrality. That means non-NATO membership. But then the United States and UK told the Ukrainians, do not sign that peace agreement. That was 4 years ago. There have been 4 years until now. President Trump seems to have understood that NATO should not expand. The U.S. has in some way or another murmured this at times, although unfortunately for us, President Trump can't seem to give a direct speech or explanation. Truth Social is not a mechanism for serious governance, but it's the one that we have. But the Europeans have become even more delusional. Today, I published in the Berliner Zeitung an open letter to Chancellor Merz, the German chancellor, to say that Germany has the key responsibility right now for preventing a European-wide war. Germany, incidentally, promised the Soviet Union and Russia in 1990 that NATO would not enlarge. Germany cheated on its promise. Germany promised in February 21st, 2014, that Yanukovych would stay in office. The next day, he was overthrown in a violent coup, and Germany did not bat an eyelash. It just supported the coup. In February 2015, Germany said that it would be the guarantor of a peace agreement that Chancellor Merkel and French President Hollande negotiated with the Ukrainians, called the Minsk II agreement. Then they failed to push Ukraine to honor its side of the agreement. So I wrote an open letter to Chancellor Merz in the Berliner Zeitung saying, you, Chancellor, Mr. Chancellor, have a major responsibility. Germany has cheated a number of times to bring Europe to this situation. Germany is the largest country, the most powerful country of the European Union. It has historical responsibility. It made clear commitments that it did not fulfill. It's time, Chancellor Merz, you call your counterpart, President Putin, and negotiate, discuss, sit down, have a face-to-face, stop the warmongering, stop the escalation, stop the Russophobic hatred speech. Talk to your counterpart. And I hope that they do that, because this is the only real exit ramp from disaster.
You know, Jeff, you're educating them. I'm wondering if Merz himself, who in all those years was making a fortune or was even a student, even knows of the commitments of his predecessors and the historic role that Germany has played. But
I doubt it, by the way. Just to say,
too, and I don't know the man. You may know him. I don't know him.
I don't know him personally, but I doubt that they really know the truth, because our governments lie so much that what they know is the narrative. They don't know the truth. And just to tell you, this commitment that NATO would not enlarge eastward was a solemn commitment made to the Soviet president, Mikhail Gorbachev, in the context of the crucial negotiations called the 2+4 agreement to allow for German reunification.
Right.
And incidentally, it's denied by liars in Washington and in Berlin, but it's true. And we have documentary record. But just to tell you, another leader called me about a month ago, a former leader of Australia. And he called me and he said, Mr. Sachs, just to tell you, I asked Chancellor Kohl more than 30 years ago, when I was leader of Australia and he was leader of Germany, what was the quid pro quo for German reunification? What did you give to the Soviet Union? And this leader of Australia said that Chancellor Kohl told him no NATO enlargement. That was the quid pro quo. So this is from another contemporary leader. It's just another piece of evidence, but it was interesting for me that I heard this directly from this leader who wanted to help set the historical record straight. Our governments lie, and then they get us into these disasters. And then they're supposedly worrying about how to save face in the meantime when we're experiencing war, which is disgusting.
Does Jim Baker admit to this?
He said on February 7th, 1990, to President Gorbachev, NATO will not move 1 inch eastward. And any viewer can look this up at what's called the National Security Archive that was prepared by George Washington University. It's online, and it's in a website called What Did Gorbachev Hear? And it's got dozens of documents explaining exactly what I just said.
Wow. All right, I have to get to Iran. Just for those who forget, Jim Baker was the Secretary of State of the United States at the time under President George H.W. Bush. I thought we had a ceasefire in Iran, and yet the U.S. Destroyed 2 speedboats and killed 5 Iranian sailors the other day. How significant is that?
Of course, it's significant, but it is also consistent. The United States government is fundamentally dishonorable. What I mean by that is that what it negotiates is not taken seriously by its own government in its actions following negotiations. Ours is a government that twice has been in negotiations with Iranian negotiators and then bombed Iran in the midst of negotiations. Our government is a government that last month negotiated a ceasefire with Iran, only to have Israel flagrantly violated immediately by continuing its brutal invasion of Lebanon. And then when the Iranians protested, the United States on the one side told Israel to stop the invasion, which it did not actually do. And on the other side, then the United States put on a blockade, which was not part of the agreement. So the U.S. idea, Trump's idea, Trump's art of the deal is there is no honor. You just do what you can. You slug the other side. You look for their weaknesses. You don't have to be held to your word. You don't negotiate in good faith. You just operate with maximum tactical decisions that may completely violate what you've said the hour before or the day before or the week before. This is somehow clever. This is somehow the art of the deal. It's, of course, nothing of the kind. In private business, you end up in multiple bankruptcies, as Mr. Trump did. And in geopolitics, you end up in wars, as Trump has brought us into this absolutely useless, absurd war that will accomplish nothing.
So maybe this is rhetorical. How can anybody negotiate with the U.S.? The only worse entity to negotiate with is Israel because they murder the negotiators.
Yeah, my feeling is that we're in the following situation. Trump and Netanyahu aimed for a one-day overthrow of Iran. This was a kind of madness, a kind of delusion. They, according to the New York Times, as we discussed, had a plot to put in a former president as leader of Iran. The whole thing was crazy.
So
anyway, it failed within 24 hours. Since that time, the United States does not have military options because, well, yes, it can destroy Iran, and it really could. Iran can destroy American assets and the Gulf region and a lot of Israel. And so it's got retaliatory capacity. This has been clear basically since March 1. This is the situation that we have been in. What do you do when you've done some complete stupid blunder and it didn't work and escalation just risks global disaster? Well, you stop. The United States should go home. We don't even need an agreement. We just need to go home. And then one could say, well, what would Iran do if the United States just went home? I'll tell you what Iran would do. It would open the Strait of Hormuz. It would do nothing bad in its neighborhood because Iran wants the U.S. to go home and it wants normality to resume. And just to be sure, ladies and gentlemen, China and Russia, which support Iran, want quiet. They do not want this war to continue. And as Iran's backers, they will also be sure to tell Iran, not that it will actually need to be told, the U.S. has gone home, now open the strait, because that's all that will happen. What's my point? We don't need an agreement. We don't need a big treaty. There's not going to be a big treaty because what Trump is demanding, he can't get. And the Iranians aren't going to give. They're not going to unilaterally surrender to the United States because as Trump would say, Trump does not have the cards. Or as that famous cartoon says, Iran has a strait.
What will Netanyahu do to prevent the United States from going home?
Well, he's already doing it. He's saying we're going to escalate in Lebanon.
Revolutionary salute to our brother Jake. Time 761 for the donation to the war chest. Revolution is a way of life. Absolutely appreciate the love, family. Salute.
We're going to create a massive war. We're going to create more terror. And his idea is that Iran won't settle for any of that because Israel is attacking Iran's allies and so forth. So Netanyahu will do what he can to escalate. And he's surrounded, or I shouldn't say surrounded, he's got plenty of basically Israeli agents in the U.S. government, the U.S. Congress, to do his bidding with Trump. We have a whole chorus telling Trump, oh, you can't back down, you must continue. All of the Zionist lobby in the United States. If these politicians are disgusting politicians that are part of this Zionist lobby would just listen to the American people instead of to this lobby that maybe pays them more than their constituents do, but their constituents are the ones they're supposed to represent. The American people overwhelmingly want this war to stop. They don't support it. They know that it is leading to disaster. They don't support Israel's maniacal behavior, its extreme violence. They don't support it. So if our politicians would actually represent the American people, America First it was once called, if they would represent the American people, Trump would say, oh, we had the greatest victory in the history of the world, and I'm calling our troops home because we've won. That's all. And then things could go back to quasi-normal.
Tell me what you think of this from President Erdogan of Turkey yesterday. Chris, cut number 11.
With the help of God and by his divine will, I firmly believe that this oppressive tyrant known as Netanyahu will very soon be forced to learn the profound and necessary lesson that he so rightfully deserves from the collective strength and unity of the Muslims across the entire world. We are all looking forward with great anticipation to the moment, which we hope will arrive very soon, when we will finally be able to witness this new stance being put into practice for everyone to see.
I don't know what
talk, or is something about to happen between Turkey and Israel?
I don't know what he means by that. I know what the frustration is, certainly. But I'd like to mention one related piece, which is that Trump suddenly said a couple of days ago, well, all of the countries in the region, as part of the agreement, should sign the Abraham Accord. Okay, this is Netanyahu talk. It's Trump as a shill for the Israeli government. The idea that, oh, yes, and we're all going to normalize relations with that murderous state which has invaded all of us and committed genocide in Gaza. That's Trump's latest plan. But I would want people to understand something very important, which is that since 2002, there has been an Arab peace proposal for precisely the Arab countries recognizing Israel, as Trump wants. But the other side of it is that Israel will go back to its borders, which are the borders of the 4th of June, 1967, and there will be a state of Palestine alongside Israel. And then indeed, there can be normalization. Trump, of course, is utterly blind, deaf, dumb to all of this. Why is there this fundamental conflict? Because Israel claims greater Israel. It claims all of Israel. It claims all of Palestine. It claims part of Syria. It claims part of Lebanon. And God knows where else it claims. According to Mike Huckabee, it may claim part of Iraq. Who knows? All the way to the Euphrates. Because it's out of control. And because the American political class doesn't know how to say no. Like every other country in the world, you live within your own borders. But the point I'm making is the Arab countries have said for 24 years, have a state of Palestine along the state of Israel, and then, yes, we will normalize relations. But without the state of Palestine, Trump thinks that they're going to trample on the Palestinian people and on the Arab people more generally. I don't think so.
Professor Sachs, thank you very much, my dear friend. As always, terrific analysis across the board. Safe travels, all the best. We'll look forward to seeing you again soon.
See you next week.
Yes, thank you.
Thank you, as always, for coming back on the program. I've been looking forward to speak to you now.
Thank you for inviting me, Glenn.
So you, for decades, kept a very close eye on Moscow, and I therefore wanted to ask you how you're assessing where we seem to be heading, because a lot of what we're seeing now has been, well, it was quite unthinkable, I think, during the Cold War. That is, we see NATO now being well, I would say directly involved in attacks on Russia, especially from the territory of the Baltic states, seems to become normalized. Also, the Russians appear to be responding with quite a radical escalation. We see the Oreshniks being used. This is also normalized. And Kiev, which had been, well, not spared, but had been treated more kindly by the Russians, which is now, we've seen some of the most, well, the most brutal attack probably on Kiev. So where is all of this headed?
Glenn, let me talk a little bit first about the tectonic shifts that I've noticed, and I've been around for 6 decades watching this very closely. My first portfolio was the Sino-Soviet conflict. Suffice it to recall that China was claiming 1.5 million square kilometers of Russian Siberia, taken by unjust treaties in the 17th century. Did they have a leg to stand on? They sure as hell did. The Russians sent explorers out there with a Russian flag, stuck it in Siberia as the Tsars. Okay, so there was that. They were shooting across the border. Here's a little thing that most people don't know. Uyghur. Now, in Xinjiang, they have the Uyghurs, right? They are conceived or were conceived to be a threat to the Chinese, okay? Now, we decided, we analysts, I wonder, are the Russians trying to exploit the Uyghurs? And we found a Uyghur speaker in the United States. And we said, hey, there are these broadcasts going. We can't figure out what they are. They're in Uyghur. And it came back. They were inciting insurrection. That is, the Kremlin was insurrection in China, That plus the fact that Russian, or say Soviet divisions were amassing on their common border. I mean, it was clear that they hated each other, and they were very ripe for somebody intelligent to take advantage of their preoccupation with fighting each other and the draining of resources that they were expending in that way. And long story short, Nixon and Kissinger were smart enough to do that. And when we saw the effects of their initial attempts, we said, looks like it's working. And we had the SALT agreements in May of 1972. I was privileged to be there. And we had a thaw, and then we had détente, and we had a real movement towards closeness with the United States. Now, how about Russia? How about China? Well, as you know, I used to brief the Secretary of State, George Shultz, every other morning with the President's Daily Brief. After I was removed from that position, I kept in touch with him at his request. And I remember taking him little essays written by people I could trust in Russian foreign policy, saying, look, we told you 2 years ago that they would hate each other forever, but it looks like they're wising up to how they've been taken advantage of by the U.S. They're not going to hate each other. And when more enlightened leadership comes in, we expect there'll be a thaw in those relationships. Well, we never dreamed that Russia and China would be so close, never closer. And that was indicated when Putin went to see Xi just last week. So that's the tectonic shift, okay? 2 against 1, clear as a bell. It's Russia and China against what's left of the Western alliance, principally the United States. The other tectonic shift that I think needs to be mentioned right up front is that Trump may say our armed forces are the strongest in the world, the most expert, blah, 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 blah. It ain't true anymore. Now, for an analyst of U.S.-Russian relations for so many decades, I still hear myself like, can you be saying that right? Yeah. The Russians not only outmatch us in conventional forces, but they have the kind of nuclear deterrent that just won't quit. And they did that because Biden, Obama, the whole rest of them wouldn't talk to the Russians. And so Putin said, well, look, all right, we're not going to waste a lot of money on an ABM system. We're going to find more clever ways of defeating or at least deterring what you have in mind. He made that explicit in June 10 years ago. And then in his State of the Nation address in 2018, he said, okay, look, I'm going to have a show and tell here. It's a little unusual, the State of the Nation, State of the Union address. But here, watch these 6 videos. And he forecasts what the Russians had just were developing, and some had already developed. So we're talking about Oreshnik, we're talking about, Burovyesnik, we're talking about Poseidon, we're talking about missilery that goes around the South Pole, missilery that stays up, powered by a nuclear power pack. So the only thing I just want to finish up here by saying, not only are Russia and China together as never before, but also the U.S. has no longer the advantage in terms of either strategic or conventional weaponry. The saving grace here, and I say this deliberately, the saving grace is a very perspicacious, very cautious, very level-headed, Putin, Moscow, and Xi in Beijing. And they're not going to be provoked into letting a very irascible, a very unpredictable person with his fingers on the nuclear codes. I speak of Donald Trump, of course. They're not going to be put in a position where they give him no other option than to even think about nuclear weapons or something really more drastic. So the way I see it, and this is different from many of my colleagues, Putin especially has set for years, especially since Trump came in, the primary objective of placating Trump, giving him all the praise that, massaging his ego, and making sure that they differentiate from the crazy, I use the term advisedly, the crazy Europeans and the Americans who have now left NATO in effect. And so you placate the Americans, you diss the Europeans. This happened very quickly. Trump decided that he would talk to Putin, and Putin welcomed that up and down, up the kazoo, and said, "Hi, we'll keep talking." The talks continue. And when Putin wants something from Trump, he calls him up. And they spend 2.5 hours on the phone, or 1.5 hours as more recently. What was the 2.5 hours? That was last year when Trump was saying things like, Zelensky's coming to town, and I think I'll give him Tomahawk missiles. I think that's on the agenda. What happens? Putin takes the initiative, calls Trump and says, very bad idea. Very, very bad idea. Okay. The next day, Zelensky shows up in the White House, and Trump says, well, we really need those Tomahawks for ourselves. Sorry, we're not going to give you Tomahawks. The most recent thing, or Putin calling up Trump again and saying, look, Iran is a real problem. Let me just put it this way, says Putin. We say in Russia, altogether unacceptable, okay? Совсем неприемлемый, okay? That's about as strong as you can get. If you restart this war, the more so if you land troops in Iran, that's totally unacceptable. Last thing I'll say on that, it took 2 days for Wang Yi, the foreign minister of China, to repeat that warning in exactly the same words, totally unacceptable. So there's a concrete manifestation of how together they are, and how Putin, when he calls Trump, it was only 1.5 hours this time, okay? When he wants Trump to do something or not to do something, he calls him up, takes the initiative. 2.5 hours a year ago, 1.5 hours now, and Trump relented. So Putin's priority is to cool hand Luke it, make sure that he doesn't excite Trump into doing something that we all would regret.
Yeah, well, China and Russia coming closer together. I agree. If you were sitting there in the 60s observing it, you would not. It would have been difficult to predict. But the unfair treaties, I think the Russians dealt with them in a good way, because in 1858 and 1860, when the Russians acquired about 1 million square kilometers from the Chinese obviously was never really happy about this. But you see the consequences have been continued because of this sliver of land as well the Russians took, whereas Vladivostok now, the northeastern parts of China they're less developed now than other parts of the country, simply because they're landlocked. So this, of course, then builds some tensions towards the future. Will the Chinese at some point want this territory, try to conquer them, because of domestic problems with uneven development, all of these issues. But instead of building up a powerful army and beginning to trigger, along the border and trigger a security competition, the Russians instead, they did the opposite. They began to modernize a lot of their ports. They've developed, railroads, to bridges to connect with the Chinese region. So instead of, having this as a security threat hanging over them, they're making money of it. That is to connect to connect these Chinese regions to the sea. So it's a good way of dealing with this issue. And I think beyond this, that is that they both see, I think, the US as well as the European maritime powers having a long history of keeping all the Eurasian powers divided so they can rule from the periphery. And while, if you want to integrate the Eurasian continent by, physical transportation corridors, new banks, trading currencies, tech hubs, all of this, it's all fine and well, but of course they have different formats. However, both the Chinese and Russians recognize they need each other. So there is this incentive to cooperate. So it shouldn't have been that unpredictable, I guess, that at some point they could come together if, some wiser people, less ideological, were in power. So so it's it makes sense where they're going. But this is also why for the life of me, I can't understand why there's still these analysts across the West are arguing that this is a marriage of convenience and they will start fight over who can dominate Kazakhstan in the future. But it doesn't matter who can dominate Kazakhstan, because if they don't get along, then the whole Eurasian format begins to fragment. So I don't know.
That's exactly right, Glenn. I'm really, I'm reminded now that you know a lot about this stuff. You're a historian. You've studied these things academically. You mentioned the unequal treaties. You didn't mention the Treaty of Nerchinsk, 1689, if memory serves, which was the supreme indignity, which took all this territory from what China had a legitimate claim to, and was concretized in this treaty itself. As I said before, we always put a last paragraph in our essays on how much the Russians and Chinese hated each other, because that last paragraph needed to say, when more enlightened leadership comes in, when Zhou Enlai and some of the Mao dies and other people, well, they will have to see how stupid this is, and they will combine together or have a thaw in their relationships. The big thing was Nixon and Kissinger deciding to exploit this difference, this conflict. And Chas Freeman was doing the Chinese side of this. He was with Nixon in Beijing, January 1972. Okay. Kissinger had been there the year before. And he was translating for Nixon, and he was developing this one China policy, which would do away with the Taiwan issue, at least temporarily. And I was watching it from the Russian side. What I didn't know was that, as Chas mentioned, there were not 15 Soviet divisions on the Chinese border, but 40. I was out of that. I was briefing. I was overseas at the time, so I didn't follow this closely. Yeah, Chas said there were 40, and that's when Kissinger and Nixon. Oh my God, the Chinese must be a little bit afraid of the Russians, and so let's work with the Chinese. The Chinese gave us the possibility to collect really good information on the Russians, and there was this little entente coming in, and that changed everything after we did the Russians and the Chinese the favor of driving them together against this common enemy. Now, it is a common enemy, and this enemy is unpredictable. That's why I say that we should be grateful for cautious people at the top who are not going to let Trump have any pretext to use nuclear weapons or something of that sort.
But how cautious do you think they will be on the Russian side now? Because I think that they were cautious for quite some time now. I wouldn't, not just 4 years. I think since 2014, and the impression I get from Moscow these days is that they perceive the restraint as having been interpreted by the West as weakness, and it's hard to deny this. I mean, anyone looking up in a newspaper, they're essentially mocking the idea that Russia would ever dare to retaliate against a NATO country. They're too afraid, not just to attack a NATO country, but to retaliate. That is, we can launch a missile and straight into their capital, and they wouldn't do anything, even as well, the Europeans are escalating, and the Americans are now signaling that they're checking out, or at least handing this over to the Europeans. And still, there's this assumption that they won't retaliate. And I don't know. I'm just getting the impression these days that the Russians are planning to, I guess, bring some fear into the hearts of the Europeans again, because this is, as I said, this was unthinkable during the Cold War. Who would talk, and the way they talk as well. We have leaders now openly, we are very proud of making drones. They're going to go deep into Russia, blow up their energy infrastructure, and no one talked like this in the past. It's a very strange thing to watch. So do you think where do you see it heading from here? Because we can't be at the end station. Is this going to escalate more? Or do you think the Europeans have the common sense or the rationality to begin to stop the escalation and at least pick up the phone and talk to the other side?
Well, one interesting aspect of this, Glenn, which not many people refer to, is that in that extraordinary Q&A that Putin held after the victory celebrations on Red Square, 9th of May, he very clearly differentiated the U.S. from those crazy Europeans, okay? And he said, the U.S. and we, Russians, see Ukraine the same way. Huh? Wow. That's a biggie. That's what he said, okay? So that's the important thing. He's making a distinction between what he sees as Trump's policy, which is destroying NATO, in effect, NATO not having any power without the United States, and the Europeans are doing these crazy things. Now, again, his primary vision here is to make sure that Trump doesn't do something really stupid, okay? So they see this common thing. Now, Medvedev says, it's crazy to try to negotiate with people that kidnap leaders of countries and all that stuff, but we believe, Medvedev now, we believe the United States is sincere, his word, in trying to tamp down the Ukrainian situation, and that once we get rid of Iran, it'll be possible to work out something sensible. Medvedev. So what am I saying here? I'm saying here that, number one, NATO is nothing without the United States. They can bluster. They can actually fire long-range drones into deep Russia. And the last one, of course, which killed so many young women in that college there, that was a bridge too far for Putin. And Putin retaliated with Oreshniks, for God's sake. You can't defend against Oreshniks. And it was very clear that he was provoked into doing that. Well, will he be provoked into hitting NATO countries? Well, I don't think so. Why? Well, because this still is Article 5 of the NATO Treaty. And even if there's only a 5% chance, as I read Putin, even if there's only a 5% chance that Trump would irascibly say, my God, we are part of NATO still, we're going to zap him. He doesn't want to take that chance, okay? So with the Oreshnik strike, I believe that Putin has sort of defused a lot of this popular sentiment that's saying, my God, can't we get this war over? Can't we get it over? And the notion that the Russians are not winning in Ukraine, which is going roundabout, I'm sure, in Norway and else, economists, and where did I see it today? Somewhere else, that the Russians are stymied, and that the Russians have no possibility to move forward because of the powerful Ukrainian forces with drones and stuff. Well, with drones and stuff, the Russians have an air defense. They have a drone defense. Some of them we get through, but unlike Ukraine, as was just shown with that big Oreshnik attack, unlike Ukraine, they can defend themselves from these missiles. So I used to call them pinpricks to include the attack on that airfield with bombers, part of the triad. They're no longer pinpricks when they kill, 18 or so young women studying to be teachers in this village here. And so when that happens, Putin retaliates. I don't think that he's going to be too much incited to do more. Now, there have been people, who was it? One of the Russian, was it Karagalov? No, it was Polyansky. Polyansky was the deputy head of the UN mission in New York. I know him. He's now chief Russian representative of the OECD in Vienna. He was interviewed by Danny Davis. And Danny Davis kind of said, well, what he told us was, let me see if I can make it, that it's already too late. It's already too late to avert Russian strikes in Europe. Well, I understand how that can be obfuscated by the next person, and Danny Davis is great. But what Polyansky really said, and I'll read it to you. If Russia is provoked into striking in the future, this is talking about striking against Europe, people will wonder why it happened. But by then, it will have been too late. Now, that's a distinction with a difference there. It will have been, if Russia lets itself be provoked to strike Europe, then Westerners will wonder, well, why does this happen? And then it will have been too late. Now, that's not semantics. That's not pedantry. Will have been is, if I remember correctly, the future perfect tense, okay? It depends on this if, and that's a big if. So, again, if I go back to my frame of reference here, where Putin sees, number one, he's got a guy he can talk to. Number two, he's got a guy he can call up and dissuade from doing really stupid things. He's going to try to prevent a situation where it will have been too late.
Yeah, well, and I spoke to Polyansky as well, and he did mention that it's becoming less I think almost direct quote, it's the talk about nuclear war is becoming, or striking with a tactical nuke is becoming less taboo. That's very different from claiming that the government is considering the option. But this was in reference to an interview I did with Karagalov, when he said that his views on retaliating against Europe was, well, he used to represent a small minority, and now he said that the overwhelming majority believes that the time has come to focus on restoring deterrence as opposed to, not appeasing, that's not a great word, but turning the other cheek, essentially. I'm not sure, again, it's, as you said, there's a lot at stake here, but it feels like we're reaching a point where it's difficult to, where they can't turn the other cheek yet again. I often think about George Beebe. He gave an interview in December of 21, and he made the point that the Russians didn't want to start a war, but they were reaching the point where inaction was more dangerous than action. In other words, if they waited much longer, the NATO countries would entrench themselves too heavily in Ukraine, and it would be too late to dislodge them. So essentially, it's now or never. And 2 months later, there was the Russians invaded. So I'm wondering if we're reaching some dangerous point here. By the way, when you spoke, I was thinking that the pragmatism the Russians have towards the US now, that there's possible to work with them versus the hostility towards the Europeans, that's very different than from when Biden was in government. And it fills me with some optimism, the hatred of Europe instead of US, because it signals that the Russians are pragmatic. That is, as soon as the US began to say, listen, we can get along with Russia, we can talk, even if they're still fighting in Ukraine against the Russians, the Russians are showing, well, we can work with this. Perhaps we can end this. I mean, this is something, though. At least it's not any, it shows that there's a lot of room for maneuver if the West wants to open up diplomacy. Sorry, I was going to get to my last question, which was Germany. How do you make sense of this? Because this came as a bit of a surprise to many people, how they have essentially put themselves on the forefront of anti-Russian rhetoric and actions indeed. How do you make sense of this?
Glenn, I don't know if I showed you this before, but here's a little button here. It says...
yeah.
Yeah, okay. Now, 6 or 7 years ago, I was in Germany on one of my visits, and I saw this. I said, oh, my God. Oh, wow. Get me one of those buttons. I got to put it on here. And my friend said, no, don't do that. Why? Well, because that's a pejorative. For understanding is a pejorative? Yeah, people say you're in Putin's camp. Now, here's sort of a literal manifestation of the mood in Germany. A very intelligent, cultured people have once again been brainwashed, okay? Their entire media is worse than ours, and that's saying something. I don't know how it is in Norway, but most intelligent people who know which end is up in Germany are afraid to speak out, for God's sake. That's how bad it is. Now, that's one thing, and that's bad. But the Germans are going to spend hundreds of thousands of euro on weapons that will not defend them against anyone and risk the social safety net that has made German democracy so secure and so admired around the world? I don't think so. And that's what it'll come to. There's a limited amount of money. Merz is as unpopular as any German chancellor in the history of chancellorhood in Germany. He's going to be gone pretty soon. So will Macron, and Starmer is on its way out. These guys are looked on advisedly as superannuated vestiges of what's going to try to hang on as long as they can. So again, cool hand Luke Putin is playing the long game here. He realizes that, the U.S. has decided not to put intermediate range ballistic missiles in Germany, as they undertook with Chancellor Scholz back at the NATO meeting in Washington 2 years ago. They're not going to do that anymore. So without the U.S., NATO is nothing, okay? So let's keep calm here. Now, one thing I wanted to mention here is that the Russian equivalent of the CIA, the SVR, okay, has a press office. I didn't know that. Yeah, they made a statement 5 days ago. And what did they say? Well, they were talking about tactics that will significantly reduce the time of approach of these missiles if they're put in Latvia. And Latvia is said to be willing to accept these missiles. And we have, SVR says, 5 sites that they could be fired from. Now, here's the bottom line. It would be useful to recall that the coordinates of decision-making in Riga, in Latvia, are well known, and the country, here it is, the country's membership in NATO will not protect the accomplices of terrorists from fair retribution. Now, this is May 19th, 6 days ago. Very unusual statement, and it's just warning the Latvians, look, if you fire missiles or drones into deep Russia, just realize that your membership in NATO will not protect you from retribution. Now, I haven't kept up on whether the Latvians have taken that seriously or not, but I'm like 80% sure that they will. The retribution sites have been named. The Russians made fun of the Latvians, who, as the Russians say, lack critical thinking. How so? Well, the Ukrainians were able to persuade them that the Russians would never retaliate because they couldn't tell where the missiles come from. As for I said, we know, we can tell where the missiles come from, so don't do it. Now, that's an example of how the upstart Baltic states would let themselves be drawn into this unless the Russian intelligence service warns the world, look, membership in NATO might not save you from this kind of retaliation. So my prediction is that if this happens, it could be that the Russians could send Oreshnik into a NATO member state, namely Latvia. But I think on balance, that's unlikely because as Putin weighs the relative cost-benefit analysis here, if there's only a 5% chance, there's only a 5% chance that Trump would go off half-cocked and say, no, Article 5, I never rescinded Article 5, and what we're going to do. Even if there's just a 5% chance of that, it's not worth, the game is not worth the candle. Now, take that for what it's worth. Many of my colleagues disagree. When Karaganov or Medvedev, these people speak out, well, they've been saying this for a long, long time, Karaganov especially forever. And yeah, Karaganov can interview Putin at these big meetings at Valdai and elsewhere, but I never had the example or the thought that Karaganov was fully persuasive with Putin. I'm persuaded that Putin is too cautious for that kind of thing. And I may be completely wrong, but I do adduce 6 decades of watching Russians and Soviet leaders, and this one is different. I will say this, we should be grateful for his caution, for his perspicaciousness, and for his foresight in developing the kind of relationship with Beijing, with Xi personally. Let's add one thing here. When Putin was leaving Beijing, she walked with him, and the camaraderie, the closest sort of, it's she is a little bit inscrutable, right? Doesn't smile much, but this time it was almost a smile. They're standing next to each other, and Putin is waiting. Oh, what's going to happen here? Will he give me the great big bear hug that Trump advertised was going to be given to him when he went and never got? And he's standing there, and then she goes like this. It wasn't a great big bear hug, but it was very, very symptomatic of their relationship. And then as Putin wanders off to the plane or the train or whatever it was, she looks at me and says, now, I usually rely on more reliable indicators of such things, but that spoke volumes to me. No big bear hug for Trump, just a cursory warning about Taiwan, nothing else. They're together as never before. That is the tectonic shift that I think gives Putin the latitude to bear with some of these indignities without going off half-cocked. I hope I'm right.
I hope you're right as well. It just seems, if I've been a bit pessimistic about the possibility of peace, but of course, if usually in history you see that countries get all the way up to the edge of catastrophe, and that's usually when leaders begin to wake up. My concern is that many of our leaders now are essentially condemning and arguing that, well, this is pressure tactics. We will not yield to pressure. We will go off that cliff essentially. And I'm hoping that when the Merzes and Macrons, Starmer, these kind of people go away, perhaps we'll get some common sense again. It seems that we're at a very dangerous point. Either we will go to war, or we'll have some reopening of diplomacy. At the moment, there appears that the Europeans at least are speaking both about starting perhaps to talk to the Russians again after boycotting diplomacy for all these years, but they're also talking about fighting Russia in war. So I'm hoping the peace comes first. So,
Yeah,
any final thoughts?
Well, just it takes two to tango, right? It takes two to make war. Yeah, one final thought is this. As you know, I came down to Washington under John F. Kennedy. And just 2 months after I joined the CIA, he made that wonderful speech at American University, 10 June 1963. And one of the things he said there was, look, unique among great powers, Russia and the United States have never been in a frontal war one against the other. Now, bear in mind, this is 8 months after the Cuban Missile Crisis, when it almost happened, okay? When you and I might not be making this nice little discussion today. So he said, look, the thing we have to avoid at all costs, given what almost happened 8 months ago, we have to avoid the possibility of challenging another nuclear armed country with a choice between humiliating retreat and using nuclear weapons. My God. Okay. Now, Khrushchev was himself chastened and wondering about how this all went down and made the right decisions. Thank the Lord, right? But since then, ever since then, up until Ukraine, when the U.S. took it into its head, Biden and the rest of them, to challenge a nuclear armed power by moving Ukraine into NATO, that's when this all changed, okay? So you're right, Glenn. This is a new shift, and it's happened. Now, the question is, do the Russians have the upper hand in Ukraine to the degree that they're really not worried too much about these pinpricks, or even, well, they will retaliate from killing a whole bunch of girls in a school? But are they willing to kind of attrit the Ukrainian forces and defend themselves against these drones, a defense that the Ukrainians do not have against drones, and bide their time and see how long it takes mouths to fall, Macron, a Starmer, and the U.S., for the nonce, is pretty much on the side of Russia on this. And Putin has said explicitly that in that 9/11, at that 9 May press conference. Why don't I read that? It's full of gems, also having to do with Ukraine. I mean, also having to do with Iran.
Well, when the Europeans talk about increasing the pressure on the Russians, I always make the point that all these pinpricks, that we should be happy it's not having more effect, because if it was having an important effect to the extent that Russia now sees it as an existential threat, they would react in a very different way. My concern is that a lot of these attacks on the energy infrastructure, they're starting to get an impact on the Russian economy, and which is, while the Europeans are celebrating, they should be aware if this means that they can't afford to absorb this pain anymore. That means the considerations are changing. Now they have to strike back, and this is what keeps me up at night, essentially. So
I understand. No, I agree with you. The only thing is, it's how you proportion. The way I come at it is that as Putin looks at what he's done the last 25 years, how he's brought Russia back, how Russia can defend itself and all, how his people are prospering, just like those 700,000 peasants that were brought out of poverty in China. He's not going to risk that at all. And so he's going to say, look, these guys, some of them are crazy. We've got the U.S. separated from them. And so they're nothing without the U.S. And so even though, in other words, it's how you proportion the priorities that Putin has in the back of his head. No one can be sure, perhaps not even Putin, but that's my read on it. And it's different from others. But I think that's the bottom line, at least for me. We'll see what happens.
Well, at least your optimism will make me sleep better at night. So I hope you're right on this one. So thank you so much.
it seems like every time you come on, it's always a great deal because a lot of things are going on, and especially because Trump literally just spoke moments ago in front of the cameras. We would like some of your feedback on some of this. Let's take a look, first of all, where he's talking about the central issue here is about opening the Strait of Hormuz. Iran has been saying that it's non-negotiable. They will never give up control of the Strait of Hormuz, but they are willing to allow traffic to go back to normal with some fee provisions. President Trump was asked about that.
Would you accept a short-term deal that allows Iran and Oman to control the strait? And would they have to open it immediately, or would you be open to that happening over a period of time?
No, the strait's going to be open to everybody.
And who would control
It's
it?
international waters. Nobody's going to control it. We're going to watch over it. We'll watch over it, but nobody's going to control it. That's part of the negotiation that we have. They would like to control it. Nobody's going to control it. It's international waters, and Oman will behave just like everybody else, who will have to blow them up. They understand that. They'll be fine.
Or we'll have to blow them up. I mean, that is diplomacy at its finest. What do you think of that?
Yeah, he's lost touch with reality. It is not international waters. Territorial waters of a country extends 12 miles out from the shore. So that takes you right to the middle of the Strait of Hormuz. I think at that one point is actually 23 miles across. So you can make the claim that both Oman and Iran share a portion of the Strait of Hormuz. But it is Iran has made it very clear they're not relinquishing control. They are going to charge fees, just as Turkey charges fees to ships. Let's call it environmental damage for passing through the Dardanelles. So Iran's going to do that. The real question is, are they going to allow any ships that are tied to Israel to pass through? And at this point, I'd say no. But some of it has been open for negotiation. But bottom line is they're going to be charging a fee, and there's not a thing the United States can do about it.
There's lots of conflicting information here. I'm going to show you here in a little bit a portion of our show yesterday with Professor Morandi from Tehran University. Right. And one of the interesting things he said, which we don't have a clip of here, which I found interesting, I asked him what were the non-negotiables for Iran, which he laid out. But he surprised me by saying, he goes, this is not a surprise to the administration. He goes, I've seen the text. This is yesterday. He said, I've seen the text of the, proposed agreement. And he said, we're remarkably close. He said, I'm actually surprised at how close the two sides are. So whoever is, I guess the intermediary is either Pakistan or Oman or whoever it is right now. But the two sides of their talking, he said that they were remarkably close. So he thought it could be that way. Well, earlier this morning, this was reported by Al Jazeera that the IRGC Navy said that they now felt that war was unlikely. There was also on Iranian TV, they showed what they said was an interim 14-point agreement that had largely been agreed to by the two sides. And they put all these things on there, which were very similar to the Iranian 10-point plan, which supposedly started all this stuff. The White House, about an hour and a half ago, and right before President Trump spoke, said, oh, no truth to that, absolutely none. Definitely not on any of that stuff. What do you make of this apparent, Dr. Jekyll, Mr. Hyde kind of thing, even on the U.S. side?
Yeah, it is schizophrenic. We get, to pick a side and you'll be right because both sides are showing up as options. Look, the Trump doesn't have any good military options. And those options have been further constrained by the actions of Saudi Arabia and Qatar, who are signaling that they're not going to let their airspace be used anymore by the United States. That creates a real operational problem for the U.S. because then they have to channel air refueling ops into Iraq. Now, Iraq's not going to be happy about that either, but there's not a lot Iraq could necessarily do to stop it. But still, it does limit what the United States can actually do in terms of carrying out an air assault on Iran, because that's our only option. We can't do a naval. Ships aren't going to sell up and start launching Tomahawk missiles. I mean, they can do that, but it's a limited supply. We're not going to attack with a ground force, so we're left with air operations. and those air operations are completely dependent upon Saudi Arabia in order to be carried out, because my understanding is the combat aircraft are being kept in Israel and Jordan, and so it's still they've got an 800-mile flight to get to, say, Riyadh, and those planes only go 550 miles without needing to be refilled. So right away, just to even to try to reach the western shore of the Persian Gulf, if you're going to launch a standoff missile from there, you've got to be refueled at least once, and really the reality is you're going to be refueled probably 3 times minimum. So that's why you need Saudi Arabia, and Saudi say no, then you got a whole nother path to worry about. And once you're forced into one corridor, it makes it easy from an air defense standpoint or from Iran standpoint to begin to try to counter that threat. So that's why I say Trump's caught. And then the economic dimensions of this, they were really, I just had lunch with an oil trader, a guy that's been involved with trading oil, for 25 years. And, he's done it in London and done it in San Francisco. And he says it's not making sense. He says right now, if you try to look at the markets and say, okay, we're going to be logical and rational, supply and demand, that if supply goes up, demand goes down, it's going to have a particular effect on the price. He says none of that holds anymore, because there's actual manipulation going on behind the scenes. People will look at the price of oil, go to oilprice.com, and there they post up the Brent and the WTI, West Texas Intermediate. Well, those are future contracts. Now, what's the actual price of oil like in Singapore? Well, that's $140 to $160. There's the problem. The market is not clearly identifying what the actual price is. They're covering it up. They are suppressing it. So you got to step back and say, why are they suppressing this? Yeah, see, that's not the actual cost of oil. That's a future contract.
Yeah, that's for July right here, and they typically have it 1 month in advance of what is the paper price here. I guess some in the Western countries, I saw actually yesterday it was $120, but still that's a $40 jump. And by the way, this all jumped down overnight just because there was claims that President Trump was close to a deal. But you can fool me once, shame on you. Fool me twice, I'm an idiot. This happens all the time now, and especially now after it's been like 8 or 10 times, not just 1 or 2. I don't understand why there's this huge drop here unless there's something going on with those who do the markets, because it almost doesn't make sense any other way.
Yeah, let's try. It's happened at least 13 times.
Okay, 13. I understand.
Yeah, we're 13 weeks into this. It's been happening every week. Every week, and you got hey man, we're close. We got a deal at hand. And then, this problem cropped up. Al Jazeera last night was out with a report. Oh yeah, they've agreed to it. And I wrote a piece that lays out all the different, points of disagreement, and these are not easily bridged. Iran's standpoint, which is they want the assets unfrozen, they want the sanctions lifted immediately, not some promise in the future. Now, reportedly, the United States was saying, we can't unfreeze all. We'll give you some money, but not all. And as far as sanctions, that's got to be, you've got to meet certain benchmarks, and then we'll consider lifting them. Iran's been down that road already with JCPOA. They're not doing that again. Then there's the issue of the war in Lebanon and Gaza and the West Bank.
Yeah, pardon me. I'm going to get to that in just a second, but let me show you. There's a new wrinkle that was put in during President Trump's conversation today, which some people have been talking about it kind of on the side. He had talked about it in terms of some of the Arab regimes, but here President Trump adds in that it's almost a non-negotiable that Iran has to join the Abraham Accords.
If they don't sign to join the Abraham Accords, I don't know that we have countries in there already. UAE, great countries, bold countries. And it's turned out to be so good, so effective. And so we're, requesting strongly that they join. It'll be great. It'll be great for Saudi Arabia. It'll be great for Qatar, and Kuwait, the whole group.
So the Iran deal might be contingent on more countries joining.
I don't know. I don't want to say that. I'm not going to give you, what's contingent, what's not. I can say that we can make a good deal right now, but maybe not a great deal. And if it's not a great deal, we're not making it. Because we can make a great deal with this guy right here.
So he says, no, it's not contingent, but if they did, it would be a great deal. And if it's not a great deal, we're not going to join, but it's not contingent. What is he talking about? And why would Israel want Iran to join the Abraham Accords? And then we'll talk separately about Saudi Arabia. And they're pretty strong on where they stand on this. What do you make of this, throwing that monkey wrench in today?
Well, Israel probably would welcome that if it was guaranteed that Iran was willing to acknowledge that they're a legitimate state. That is, Iran does not see the Zionist regime as a legitimate state. And so for that reason, it's not going to recognize it. But it's not just Iran. Trump said that in a Truth Social post yesterday. And Saudi Arabia wasted no time coming out saying, hell no. No, none of that. We're not doing anything with the Abraham Accord until the Palestinians have a state and they have international protection. So Trump is he's pushing something that it has no chance of success whatsoever.
Now, he also said, we don't have a clip for this one, but he also said during this press conference here that he's not under any time pressure. I'm not worried about the midterms. I don't care about the price of oil. Don't care about any of that kind of stuff. We're not going to do anything until we get a good deal. So let's just first of all take a look at that. Does President Trump actually have the luxury of just not worrying about this, and we'll just let the blockades go on indefinitely?
No. I mean, the economic impact of this has yet to be fully felt in the United States, but it's already started. Inflation, I think we're going to find that the actual inflation rate in the United States could be up as high as 17-20% by the end of the year, with prices accelerating that quickly across the board. And it's not just that the cost of goods are going up. There's also going to be shortages, and the shortages will also further aggravate the price hikes. I talked to two different people today. Alex White, he's got a YouTube channel called Reporterfy Media. He is a derivatives trader, has lived in China for like 20 years. This other gentleman is an oil trader. And both were saying, the markets are not acting normally. What do we mean by that? It's like if you've got 10 apples and you've got one person that wants to buy an apple, well, you got more supply than there is demand. So you'll have to price your apples accordingly so that one person might want to buy it. If you got 20 people that want 10 apples, all of a sudden you're in a position where you can ask for a higher price for that scarce supply. So that's what we said a normal market responds to supply and demand. Well, right now the world is experiencing something it has never experienced in the modern era, and let's go back in the last 300 years, where you had a sudden disruption of 20% of the world oil supply. You have a disruption of 10% of the world's global supply of liquid natural gas. And when saying these are disrupted, it's not like there are alternatives, that there's some idle gas pump or that's sitting out there. All you have to do is turn it on and you immediately make up for that deficit. No, that doesn't exist. But then on top of that, the shortages, the production of urea, production of sulfur, production of helium. helium is disrupted to the tune of about 44%. So when you take all of that off of the market and you're assuming that you've got consistent, that the demand has not dropped, well, the prices are going to go up, and in some cases dramatically. And in some cases, there will be shortages. Things will not get made. And nobody's sat down, to my knowledge, and really thought all of this through, really examined all the linkages. Because, like when you talk about sulfur, so, okay, so what? Well, I didn't realize you got to get the actual sulfur then to create sulfuric acid. And why is sulfuric acid important? Well, it was involved with everything from the manufacturing of fertilizer used in conjunction with urea, to processing metals, to other industrial processes. And like with helium, that affects on computer chips. So we're witnessing, and it's been underway now for 3 months, a massive global economic shock with a shortage and disruption of the supply chain. And yet everybody's acting like, hey, it's all cool, man. This is great. It doesn't make sense.
We're actually going to have an energy expert, Art Berman, on the show here at 3:00 this afternoon. He's going to get into that. But I'm just curious, what do these oil traders and these other folks think from what you've talked to? How long can this fiction go on before the physical impact starts to overcome the claims?
The last gentleman I was with, the oil trader, he described it as this Ponzi scheme.
Yeah.
And he thinks it can last through August.
Wow, that's a long time.
Yeah, they can continue to sort of stall it out and pretend that everything's cool. But, like they get that $90 price of oil for July. I don't see how the United States and Iran come to an agreement, given what the Zionist pressure is on Donald Trump. And it is significant. It's not insignificant. And
and Larry, let me just go there because there are headwinds, not just because of the psychological problems the president has of just coming up with whatever his point is, but he's also got a lot of headwinds inside of his own orbit here. Let's take a look at a few of them here. First of all, on CBS News was H.R. McMaster, former national security advisor, who's saying he doesn't really see the outlines turning into anything.
If you just saw the supreme leader who we still haven't heard his voice, we still haven't seen his image, but he put out a written statement yesterday saying, hey, the U.S. has to get out of the region completely. You're not going to be safe on your bases. It doesn't sound like there's any kind of progress toward an agreement, mainly, I think, because Iran is unwilling to give on any of the fundamental issues, like removing what the president calls the nuclear dust, or pledging no enrichment, saying, hey, we're not going to pursue a nuclear program or nuclear weapon. And now Iran is adding into it as well that there would have to be a ceasefire in Lebanon for Israel to stop, really what are defensive strikes against this drone complex that Hezbollah is trying to reseed in southern Lebanon.
Now we're going to get to the Lebanon part here in just a second, but I mean, here's H.R. McMaster, and he's like saying, look, until Iran is willing to submit and capitulate on all their terms, he goes, I just don't see the outlines of a plan. If that's what we're looking for, in my view, there is no possibility. And yet, why is President Trump and his allies still thinking like there's going to be one?
Yeah. And for McMaster to say that they pretend that this is like some new demand by Iran, that was the original demand in the 14 points they delivered, in early April. They haven't changed. We're 2 months now since they've submitted, saying, here's our non-negotiable positions. So I don't know what game the White House is playing, because it's not like we need to buy ourselves time so we can build up our supply of Tomahawk missiles so we can go back and be effective in the attack. Because we're already, apart from the rare earth minerals, there's also the issue of tungsten, where tungsten is an essential metal used in the production of both aircraft and weapons. So again, I guess Trump and company are hoping that they get some sort of miracle solution. But Iran's not backing down. And what the other part of this is playing out is you've got a lot of activity from Pakistan. Pakistan's General Munir is working behind the scenes, working closely and coordinating and talking to the Saudis, Qataris, as well as the Turks, the Egyptians, and Iran. And I was told earlier this week that the Pakistanis have offered a nuclear umbrella to Saudi Arabia. Basically said, hey, we'll sign an agreement with you, and that if you're ever attacked, or you'll be able to present that you have a nuclear capability because of your relationship with us. That the Pakistanis were willing to extend that. And he said, well, gee, why would Saudi Arabia need that? Oh, I don't know, Israel. If they're concerned about the possibility of a nuclear attack from Israel, because they're clearly not worried about a nuclear attack from Iran. But so you got those activities going on behind the scenes, and with China and Russia both adamant about erecting a new security architecture there in the Persian Gulf. And it's fascinating. Master said, oh, they want to force the United States out. The United States is already, from a de facto standpoint, forced out of most of the bases that it once occupied, simply because they were destroyed or severely damaged. Al Udeid in Qatar appears to be the one exception to that. And so, this is, they keep stringing this process out, and it's being used to make money. And I, can I prove that someone in the Trump orbit is making money off of this? No, I can't. But it certainly needs to be looked at.
Well, it does, and because obviously there's so many of these trades, these magical mystery trades that come oftentimes literal minutes before a big swing happens, makes it very self-evident that there is some insider knowledge, et cetera. But if that's all it is, it's just to help make some individuals who are already super wealthy become even more super wealthy. Just somehow that doesn't seem like that could be enough, because it's not sustainable. Right. But here's the thing, and let me show you one other here. Here's Senator Rick Scott, obviously a very loyal Republican in the Senate. He's even more pessimistic than HR is.
There's no deal if they continue to have nuclear capabilities at all. They shouldn't have ballistic missile capabilities. And so do I believe it's going to be easy to get a deal? I think it's going to be hard. I mean, these are ideologues. So I'm optimistic. The president he's gotten a lot of stuff done, but we're dealing with some crazy people that have crazy ideas. And so who knows what else we have in store. But I do know this. I don't see it. There's any way Trump will give in unless they have no ability to have a nuclear weapon or ballistic missiles. I think either that we're going to have unbelievable hostilities, or we're going to have a deal. It's going to be one of those two things. I don't believe there'll be a ceasefire while they have the ability, and then negotiate in 60 days. I just don't believe that's going to happen.
So he's basically saying, look, anything that Iran wants, forget about it. That's not going to happen. He kind of like McMaster is saying they're going to have to submit. But here's the thing. If we're on that position and Iran's still over here, and that's where it's been for a while, then what's the play for the administration? Because you're not going to solve it here. And as you just said, there is no military path to solve it by force. Therefore, what is the play, man?
Yeah, they're making it up. There is no strategy here. That's the problem. It's very much focused on trying to get as good a deal as possible, and then to paint it as the most amazing outcome that has ever been achieved.
Okay, but see, here's the problem with that. They had it. It was apparently earlier today, and I think, as Robert Barnes has told us both here, that's not the first time that there has been one. So if that was the objective, we could already have had that, and then Trump can paint it however he wants to. But every time they get close, and apparently again today, now all of a sudden they walked it back, and we're back where we were before.
Yeah. Well, that's because Trump is a split personality. There is a part of him that actually wants to get a deal done, and that is not tied to any ideological position. But then the other half of him is completely beholden and chained to the Zionist lobby. And he cannot escape that. And I don't know if they've got blackmail material on him or what, but whatever they agree to that doesn't serve the interests of Israel, and that that comes back to one of the key stumbling blocks in this is Iran's insistence, not suggestion, but their insistence, their demand that the war in Lebanon and the war against the Palestinians cease. And Trump is in a position that he could stop Bibi, but he doesn't. And we've seen that the so-called, initially the original ceasefire was put on hold until Trump called Bibi and said, okay, you got to stop the bombings. And they stopped for a bit. But just gradually, piece by piece, Israel's gone back to bombing Lebanon.
Yeah, I don't know if you can read the small print on here, but this is 43 minutes before we came on the air. Israeli air, drone, and artillery strikes killed at least 10 people across southern Lebanon, hitting several districts, etc., and also around Ben Jabil. So that's just an hour ago. It continues on. So there's evidence that Trump is either not able or doesn't care, and Netanyahu definitely does care.
Right. Yeah, and that. Now,
Danny, we have some breaking news here. You know how he's building the most beautiful ballroom in the world? Well, it's just been announced that he's planning to rebuild the Pentagon into the Star of David. Now, this is just rumor.
You sure?
But,
So that's got to be Babylon. That's got to be Babylon B.
It is.
Oh my God! Yeah, it is. What Trump's got going on here is. That even if he wants to have the deal with Iran, the deal killer from Iran's standpoint is what's going on in Lebanon and Gaza and the West Bank. So, and that goes back to the Abraham Accords, where the Saudis as well said, we're doing that until the Palestinian question is settled. So Israel ultimately has the veto power over any agreement the United States wants to engage in with Iran. And I don't see, it's not just Bibi. Get rid of Bibi, you still got, the vast majority of the Zionists who insist that, there's not going to, you got to destroy Iran. It's got to go. You can't coexist with it.
Yeah. There's several people. Naftali Bennett apparently is a leading candidate to be the next prime minister, and we definitely know where he falls on that. He has been begging Biden all those years to try and do the same. I want to go. I said there's a number of different headwinds against this. There was some inside the Trump circle, and then there's the obvious one in Iran. I mentioned Professor Marandi yesterday, and I just pinpointed down, and I say, are these 4 points here non-negotiable for Iran? Here's what he had to say. From the Iranian perspective, for this war to come to an end and for the dueling blockades to leave and to have any chance of a resumption of the flow of oil to even approximate what it was before this war started, Iran's going to have unfrozen assets that's their money freed up.
The sanctions have to be waived for the energy sector, not all sanctions, just the energy sector.
Okay. So the sanctions on the energy sector, an end of war negotiated terms of some sort, some kind of an agreement on that, and a stoppage of the war in Hezbollah, against Hezbollah in southern Lebanon. So if all four of those things happen, then the Iranian side will agree to. But, and let me not mischaracterize, if any of those four things don't happen, then there won't be an end. Is that a fair statement?
Yes, that's right. And of course, the siege on the Strait of Hormuz, I'm not sure if you said that or not. But yes, you're absolutely correct.
So there was four. He actually said the five. Yeah, and we retain control of the Strait of Hormuz. So again, he separately told me that those were understood by the American side, and whoever they're dealing with through the mediators were apparently something close to that, so that they thought they had a deal this morning. And yet, all those things I just showed you, of course, I could trot out Mike Pompeo, who's been really active here lately, Senator Graham, Rebecca Heinrichs, just you name it. All these people, Jack Keane, of course, is the biggest one, all screaming the exact opposite, that something very different is even in the mix. And how can President Trump ever listen to all these people and let them go out there and then come back with anything that even looks like the one that Professor Marandi told? How can you square that circle?
Well, and this goes back to something that Robert Barnes, who did serve as Trump's attorney several years ago, during his first term, that the old Donald Trump used to be like, if you had this issue, he'd be calling up 20 different people with different points of view, saying, "Hey, what do you think? What about this?" He would be out gathering additional information. What Barnes says is now Trump doesn't do that. He stopped doing that. So he basically gets locked into those people that he's talking to. And who's he talking to? He's talking to Lindsey Graham regularly, to Sean Hannity regularly, to Laura Loomer, that nut job. He's not going out seeking any alternative views, any competing views. And so that's another element that I think is constraining this. So this optimism that's being put out, oh yeah, we got an agreement, it's near at hand. I'm in touch with someone who's connected with the Pakistani officials that are involved with this. And even they recognize they've got, there's still some major obstacles that are not resolved. They keep trying to, keep moving it along. Let's take a half step forward and as opposed to backwards. But I think the issues are just too significant, too fundamental. Now, also on the whole sanctions, the unfrozen assets issue, Trump may actually have his hands tied in that arena, depending upon, I can't give you the percentage, but a certain percentage of those frozen assets were frozen by actions of the U.S. Congress, not by actions of Donald Trump or through a previous president. So congressional action, the only way a president can get around that is by getting Congress to act again to withdraw the legislation that led to confiscation.
Well, we're on. You just mentioned Robert Barnes. He just texted me literally just this minute and said Trump blew it up again. Rug pull number 5. So that apparently explains why the Iranians thought that they were close to a deal, why they were apparently saying this morning that they thought there wouldn't be a return to war. And then now apparently Trump has pulled the rug again. So I just don't know where we can go from here, because one has to start to wonder who's actually calling the shots inside the White House. Even forget about with him and Netanyahu. And because I'll tell you, somebody who's been pretty consistent and whose views have been pretty close to what American actions have been, and that's Jack Keane.
What's going on in Lebanon is instructive too, in terms of where the Iranians' head is. I mean, they're under a ceasefire in Lebanon, and the Iranians have fired, Sean, 900 rockets and missiles into northern Israel, and have flown 1,200 drone attacks in there as well. And the inhabitants of northern Israel have had to flee their homes and villages, as a result of it. and certainly the Israelis are supposedly in a ceasefire themselves, and as a result of it, they can only react defensively. They open the straits, we remove the blockade. But here's what the Iranians will want. They want authority over it, even though it's open. Sony, we're not going to tolerate any fees, but they still want to be in charge of the process. We cannot let that stand. We can't have any words that implies that Iran has territorial rights over the straits when international law recognizes it as international waters, and freedom of navigation has got to be there.
So you heard Professor Morandi, and that's echoed by all the senior Iranian officials, all of them. And those two key things, they will control the strait, and the Lebanon issue has to be included in there. And then you just heard Jack Keane there saying they will not control the strait, and they don't get to call any shots on Lebanon, which weirdly he said, no, it's Iran that's actually striking Israel from Lebanon. I guess I don't know what he's thinking about there. I guess he just wants to pretend like they're one and the same, Hezbollah. But that leaves us, Larry, here's the real problem. Then there are only two options that I see here. Either we just keep on with the status quo and leave the dueling blockades indefinitely until I don't know what, or we return to war. But apparently we're not going to do a negotiated settlement, and we're not going to do the walkaway. Where does that leave us?
In limbo, or let's call it the current status quo. So despite U.S. claims of a blockade, it's not an effective blockade, and ships are still allowed to both enter and leave the Strait of Hormuz and operating in accordance with the new Persian Gulf Strait Alliance, the PGSA authority that Iran has established and is coordinating with Oman. And so the payment system is actually flowing through Chinese banks, not through banks tied to the West. So this is that's why I continue to return to. You've got to look at what Iran has said are its essential demands, and that it's not backing away from those, and then to see, is the United States prepared to accommodate any of those? And I don't see how they do, unless Trump has a complete brain transplant, and the Bibi Netanyahu and the billionaire heiress Miriam Adelson and the other billionaire Paul Singer, again, both ardent Zionists, that they no longer can call him or contact him or get him on the phone. But that's not the case. These people have they have his phone number, and he answers his own phone. So they're still able to call him up. And then Netanyahu is all ready to hop a plane to come over to buck up Trump, face to face. So this is, I'm with you. There is not a viable diplomatic solution here on the table that the United States would accept.
And what is your understanding of what's going on down at the tip of the spear? We kind of haven't looked at that for a while because we've been talking about the diplomatic stuff. There was some claims by Hegseth and several others maybe 2 or 3 weeks ago that we are locked and loaded and everything's ready to go and we can just on a dime launch back into some kind of kinetic operations. What is your understanding of what's happening down there?
So far, so there are some warning indicators, and without, I'm not going to give away the clues on that, but none of those warning indicators that you would see if we're getting ready for major combat operations are ramping up. So we're right now, you've got just what I call conventional air patrol. Surface combat air patrol, and they're running both east and west air patrols along the Persian Gulf. And this is almost more to dare Iran to attack them. Now, the Iranians have vowed they're going to, I don't know if they've really fully retaliated for the attack on the 2 naval vessels the other day, but so far they've actually been trying to keep this from escalating. They'll look the other way, and those blown up a couple of high-speed boats just all outside of Bandar Abbas. But you're not seeing yet the kind of activity, both message traffic-wise, movement of assets, air assets in particular, that you would associate with imminent combat. So, and again, I thought they might wait till the end of this week, but Trump is he's clearly getting pressure from the Zionist crowd, but he's also getting pressure from the Gulf Arabs and from Pakistan. And let's not forget the Gulf Arabs. They control. They have a lot of carry a lot of U.S. debt. They've been buying a lot of the treasury bills. So there's a way in which they do also have some leverage.
I guess we'll see. The real problem with is one of the things that's just maddening to me, and I think if I'm hearing correctly from you as well, is that we're normally we're using logic and common sense and evidence to say, all right, what can we divine based on where this is going, et cetera, as though there was some logical cognition thought behind it, but it doesn't appear that there is. So I don't know how anybody can say, here's what's coming, here's what's not coming, here's where we're going. I don't know that anybody can say that with President Trump right now in his condition.
Yeah. No, I mean, he's 1 minute he makes one decision, next minute he contradicts himself, makes the exact opposite. And, I don't think Robert Barnes is making it up when he talks about the what people are seeing as noticeable differences in how Donald Trump talks, how he interacts with people, and how his ability to do any kind of basic analysis. So, he just comes out, oh, we're going to bomb them. We're going to blow them up. All right. How are you going to do that? Because you don't have enough aircraft and bombs to blow them up.
Yeah, that's just what is just unfathomable. This is unprecedented in American history. All 250 years, we've never been in a position like this where you can hate somebody, you can say I don't like his policies and he's going down our path. But I don't think we've ever had a case, not even with Joe Biden, quite frankly, to where we said I don't think that he's cognitively capable of performing the duties of the president of the White House.
Right. Yeah.
Wow.
Yeah, I mean it's shocking that he's, and again I trust Robert Barnes on this because he didn't come out with an anti-Trump agenda. He was very, very pro-Trump. I mean, he had served as his attorney, but there are clearly people around Trump are seeing these odd behaviors, and in particular with these negotiations. Why do the negotiations even in public? Do them in private, and then come out and announce, okay, we've now reached this agreement. Right. Instead, you're going back and you're literally doing daily 180-degree turns, and if you do a full 2 180s, you've done a 360, which means you're back where you started from.
Yeah, and the strait remains closed where it has been since we started this pointless war of choice. And that's the bottom line. And so these things are compounding, and there's going to come a day, whether it's August or something before that, you can't hide it at some point because the weight of the reality will impose itself. We'll have to wait and see what's going to happen. In the amount of time I got left with you, I'd like to get your view. I don't want to let you go without exploiting you a little bit further. And that's in the Russia-Ukraine war. Here just not long ago, Russia has warned of some significant strikes coming on decision-making centers in Ukraine. This is, at least on the surface of it, it's because of a strike that happened on a Luhansk University with a dormitory that was hit, et cetera. But this is stuff that's been, we did this earlier today with Alexander Mercurius, where this is stuff that's been building up for literally many, many months. And now Russia apparently says, you guys have been hitting this from crossing over into NATO airspace up in the Baltics. You've been given targeting information, obviously the specific weapon systems themselves. You have crossed a red line, and now it's time for us to show you we're sick of it, et cetera. What do you think is coming in Kiev?
Well, we got the first hint of it from Danny Davis Deep Dive 2 weeks ago when you had Ambassador Dmitry Polyansky on your show. And, then that was, Dmitry as I do. I've met him in person, and a great diplomat, but he's not a freelancer. He's not, and he doesn't carry the kind of political clout within Russian politics where he could go out and say sort of whatever he wanted to say. He's very much, following what the party line is. So when he came out and was as direct and forthright about the Russian genuine concern that these attacks on civilian, and this was before the attack on the dorm, that Europe was basically turning itself into a target, and that when I hear Dmitry Polyansky talk about Europe better watch out, that my God, this is serious. And that was followed up a couple of days later with the Deputy Foreign Minister Sergei Rybkov, who I've also met and spoke with back in December of 2023. And so when those two gentlemen are out saying the same thing, that this is not people's opinion. This is a new shift in policy. Then in the aftermath of that attack on the dormitory, Staroblest, I think it is, and the murdering of these college students, that Lavrov's warning and calling up Marco Rubio saying, you need to get your people out. Now, some said, well, gee, why now? why is Russia reacting like this now? They had that terrorist attack at Crocus Theaters,
Yeah.
3 years ago. And I think there are two reasons. Reason number one is that the extensive presence of Russian intelligence assets in these various Ukrainian units and locations, that Russia was not ready to, because if they hit those sites, then that intelligence goes away, and they'd have to forewarn their assets, don't go to work today, call in sick, whatever. So that's one element. The other element is Russia was neither ready nor prepared. They reasoned that if we attack and kill a bunch of Western diplomats or intelligence personnel or military personnel, that we'd run a risk of the war expanding with NATO coming in then to join in on the attacks. And I think Russia calculated, we're not ready to face that. That was then. They are now. And that's why this message that came.
And what's changed? What militarily is Russia ready for now that they weren't before?
One, they've mobilized, I think their mobilization of troops is up around 2 million. But more importantly, the number of Iskander, Kinshal, the whole panoply of weapons, they now they've got a good supply. The Oreshnik as well has been, they've been steadily producing those at a rate of about 2 or 3 a month now for the last 16 months. So they've built up a supply that I think they finally calculated, okay, if we have to fight NATO, we can fight NATO.
Wow.
So I think that was probably the major reason why they didn't react like they're reacting now. Now they're prepared to take it home completely, and I don't think the Ukrainians are prepared to face what they're going to be confronted with. And the Europeans say, "Oh yeah, we're going to stick it out." We'll see.
And what do you think is coming? Because there was a lot of missiles that were used in Kiev 3 or 4 days ago. There's been obviously lots of multiple drone attacks that have happened over the time. They've hit several concerns, et cetera. Will it be just another one of those, or do you think it'll be something more significant?
No, I think it'll be more significant. Not only taking out, making sure that any place that's left that provides a gathering place or record storage for intelligence activities, military activities, those are all going to be taken out. Those will be destroyed. I wouldn't be surprised if to see some action taken on the bridges over the Dnieper River to start cutting off Ukrainian units from resupply. So, or at least create greater challenges for that. So I think Russia's prepared to move on a broad front. And I think ultimately one of the reasons to warn the Westerners out of Kyiv is that Russia's going to come back and take it.
Do you still think it's possible they could physically move on Kiev?
Yes. Yeah.
Now, that would just cause people in Europe, and I know we only have a few minutes left here, that'd cause a lot of heads to just explode.
Oh, yeah.
At what point do you think this batch of European leaders across the board, Starmer, Macron, Merz, et cetera, are going to say, oh, snap, we better do something different? Or do you think they'll say, you know what, this is what we've been telling you all along, those darn aggressive Russians, now then they're proven that we were right all along, and here they come, they're going to take over all this stuff, and can they do anything about it?
Yeah, the problem Europe has is the disconnect between the leadership and the people. The people are not politically in sync with this. Quite the contrast with what you're seeing with Russia. If anything, up until this point, you could argue that Putin was lagging behind Russian public opinion. Russian public opinion wanted more action against Ukraine, tougher action against Ukraine, and Putin in the past was trying to, keep the war contained. Now Putin has come over and said, "Okay, that's it. The gloves are coming off," and so it's not that. It's just the exact opposite of what you're seeing in Europe. In Europe,
I'm sorry, Gary, can you bring that headline back up there? This deserves a commentary here. Brother Zelensky is saying that Russia's mobilization proves that Moscow is not preparing for real diplomacy, even though they've been trying to do real diplomacy since April 2022,
right.
2024, and just ad infinitum. And it appears to me that he may be ironically right now that no longer is Russia worried about the diplomacy. They're going to take it to another level. Is that how you see it?
Well, yeah. And in fact, that was Lavrov's message to Rubio, basically, hey, the Anchorage thing, forget about it. Whatever we talked about and agreed back then, it's no longer relevant. And he was just, so the Anchorage process from last summer's dead. And this Russia will settle this militarily. You've got to you listen to the likes of Medvedev and Karaganov. So Putin is now caught up. He's now expressing and voicing what many, many Russians have been saying heretofore. So again, this is the exact opposite. In the West, the leadership is way in front of the public. The public is not supportive of the policy. The leadership wants confrontation. Public doesn't. In Russia, it's Putin who is trying to reduce the confrontation with the West, but the public is now demanding it. And Putin said, yes, that it is. We're going to make Kyiv and all of the foreigners who are there pay a heavy price. Therefore, foreigners, get out while you can, because it may be too late in the next few days.
Well, I guess we'll have to wait and watch on that too. It's just anguishing to watch to see that it's come to this. I keep thinking back not just to Istanbul in 2022, but to Putin's June 2024 options. And I think you and I both said at the time that we may look back and just beg for terms that were that good again. And now here we are, and it looks like those terms are no longer on the table. But we are where we are.
Yep.
Well, listen, thanks very much for coming on. As always, we really appreciate you clarifying things for us on all these big issues, and really appreciate it.
Thank you, sir. We'll talk to you later.
We will be back in about 4 minutes from now with Art Berman, oil supply or oil industry expert, and he is going to give it to you straight. He's one of the reasons we have this show, and one of the reasons we're asking him on today is because he will tell it to you like it is. He is unintimidated and uncompromised, and has been for his career about telling the truth. And he's going to tell you what really is going on, despite what the market seemed to be telling you is happening with the oil industry, what we can expect in our tanks and in our fields and in our transportation systems coming up the rest of this summer into the fall. Tune in then. We'll see you in just a few minutes on the Daniel Davis Deep Dive. You know we don't have sponsors because we hate to hit you over the head with ads. I don't like them. So show a little love back. Subscribe, like, and send this to somebody you care about.
common understanding that our foreign policy here has simply been a disaster. And we were very unhappy before the Iran war. We're much more concerned now because it's touching our lives in a personal way. So this is now not just simply a principal issue or something to be 5 or 6 issues down the totem pole. This is a front and center issue that's going to affect people's jobs, people's livelihood, what they can eat, what they cannot eat. This is really a dramatic, and it's happening because of a foreign policy decision. And that's what we really want to lean into going forward. And I hope that we'll have more events there. I'm going to have an event here in the city of Chicago, and I'm going to try to do a number of these in-person events where we bring people from across the political spectrum to talk about this need, because as we comment on all the details, and I'm sure we'll do that now, the fact of the matter is there's something bigger going on here, and that bigger we need to move into and not just assume this will all somehow magically take care of itself once we just have a new round of elections. It's only been a few years since we got out of the last forever wars, and we're right back on the in another one. This is showing you we need more, and that big guardrail is actually us, the people.
Well, let's start with this post from Monday that you made, and we can put this up on the screen. You said Trump just made a major concession on the nuclear issue, words that move closer to Iran's position. Good for a deal. You were referring to this post on Truth Social where Trump said the enriched uranium nuclear dust will either be immediately turned over to the United States to be brought home and destroyed, or preferably in conjunction and coordination with the Islamic Republic of Iran, destroyed in place or at another acceptable location with the Atomic Energy Commission or its equivalent being witness to this process event. And you said, but the U.S. military just attacked missile sites in Iran, daring the IRGC to respond. Bad for a deal. With this chaos, why should Iran believe Trump's promises? And obviously, we are still potentially waiting on a response from the IRGC. So as things stand right now, Professor Pape, help us to understand why. I mean, if you're Iran and you're looking at this, you're looking at Trump conceding on the nuclear issue, then attacking missile sites in Iran. To them, do you think this all just seems totally fake and like posturing?
I think that it seems totally chaotic if you're looking at this from Iran's perspective. And what you see if you're in Iran's shoes is that President Trump is trying to essentially communicate with all these different audiences, including Iran, here, and doing it on Truth Social, and then of course with bombing, which is also communication. And these are not adding up in a way that is producing anything like stability here. So we need to understand that this is a situation where Iran is in the driver's seat. So this is chaos by Trump in a situation where it's the United States that has suffered a major strategic defeat in this war. And that is something that not just Iran believes, but other leaders believe. You see that President Trump himself is making concessions to Iran's position. So President Trump may not say it, but he understands that he's got to move to Iran's position. But at the same time, he is seeing that if he owns the L, Crystal, and you heard this on Friday night, that the big problem with the escalation trap is that as President Trump gets closer to owning the loss, then that puts enormous political pressure on him because it causes him to lose the current support he has, or at least whittle it down further. So if you say he's got a solid lock on 33% of the country, and you see that in the primaries, that can actually be whittled down because that 30 to 33% believes he's a winner. And if he goes to being a loser, then that is going to be a further drift down. And I think that's what you're seeing with President Trump. He knows he's in a losing position here. And as he tries to navigate the escalation trap to wiggle out of it, it keeps pulling him back in. And the truth is, he needs to, I think, focus on a narrower set of issues. So what I would maybe talk about this, but I think that this idea that he's just going to fuddle around on all these different issues and find some way to get a W that he can claim here is just getting him deeper into the escalation trap. And look, if it was only his presidency, we could say, who cares? But the problem is, it's not just his presidency. This is impacting negatively all of us listening to this. And by July 15th, those inventories are running out, folks. So we're going to hit a triple time bomb here where inventories are going to run out, and this is just going to hurt even more in the coming weeks.
Yeah, and just so people understand the kind of concession that Trump was floating here, I'll just read it again. He says, you either turn over the quote unquote nuclear dust to be brought home and destroyed, or preferably in conjunction and coordination with the Islamic Republic of Iran, which I notice he switches around the language that he uses when referring to Iran, depending on kind of his posture toward a deal at the moment. He says it would be, the nuclear dust would, quote, be destroyed in place or at another acceptable location, which is another word for downblending it.
Which is exactly what Iran's position was on February 27. So
Right.
just what I mean by him moving to Iran is this was exactly the position that President Trump rejected on February 27 in that Oval Office discussion, where he then chose to do the bombing the next day. And so what he's done in that post is he has given up the positions that he's had before, and he's effectively moved to Iran's position. And that would mean, to be clear, what Iran was saying is it would dilute what it had above 3.5%, so all of it would be 3.5% enriched, which also, to be clear, would gain a few extra months in how quickly that material could be produced into a working nuclear weapon. So it doesn't solve the nuclear weapon issue. It is a way, this is why Iran wants that enriched uranium capability and keep 3.5%, because that would allow it within about a year or so to then fashion somewhere between 10, 15 nuclear weapons with the current amount of material here. And that would mean it would rise to become the fourth center of world power as the oil hegemon in the Persian Gulf. So Trump was moving to that position. I've called that stage 4 of the escalation trap. And then the problem is, of course, as soon as he announced it here, then he's being attacked here politically. And these are people who are his supporters. So they are telling him, if you own the L, which is what he was saying he was going to do, then you're going to lose that next level of support. And maybe no surprise, we see bombing then a few hours, not too long after that. This is what I've been defining as literally the escalation trap, where it's not that there aren't, words or deals you could talk about, but the politics of the trap is what pulls people to the trap. And that's what you saw right here. President Trump is having a hard time owning the L here, and that's what's keeping him in the trap. And I'm sorry to say, this could bounce back and forth, folks. If we keep to these set of terms, this can go back and forth for months, even when we hit the wall in the middle of July, when we run out of inventories and those gas prices shoot up even higher here, we can bounce back and forth. That's why I'm suggesting we sort of narrow the ambitions here to try to find a way to squeak out of at least a piece of the trap.
Well, right now, as we're awaiting the IRGC's potential response to what the United States is calling these defensive strikes in the Strait of Hormuz, I wanted to get your take on, Professor Pape, your take on what we could expect to see from the IRGC on a kind of technical level, what response is possible, just as we also then try to expect what we see in response to that response from the United States. Now, President Trump has said the Navy has been destroyed. Ryan pointed out earlier in our show that it doesn't make a ton of sense to say their Navy has been destroyed, while at the same time say that they're laying landmines in the Strait of Hormuz. But they've said basically missile capacity has been severely damaged. we'll see. Professor Pape, what do you expect to come out of maybe the next 24 to 48 hours, if anything?
Well, I think that, first of all, we need to see that there is a small possibility that Iran may decide to not give up a chance to react at all, but to do it in a more modest way. I don't think that's likely, but I don't think it's really quite off the table here, because after all, Iran was moving Trump toward their position. So I think Iran probably saw that tweet where Trump is giving up the resistance to their February 27 position. And they're saying, actually, President Trump is trying to surrender on their terms. So I think that this is something to not dismiss. That said, I think that what Iran has established since February 28 is that there would be some kind of a quid pro quo. And often, though, it's not directly a quid pro quo the way we might understand it. So remember, the attack against the UAE oil facility was a way that Iran thought about, and it wasn't a direct attack. It was sort of a near miss. It was kind of a brushback pitch to remind everybody that it could do more to damage the supply of oil to the world. And I think that's really what I'm more expecting here, because that's their leverage. Their leverage is very specifically now about the supply of oil to the world. And so I think that this would be completely within their strategic mindset right now. And so that's the most likely attack that I would see.
And so earlier in the conflict, you had said that the escalation trap was going to kind of inexorably push the U.S. towards ground troops in Iran. Other than that weird kind of weekend rescue of the two downed pilots, of which we've heard nothing since and haven't learned who the pilots were, there haven't been American boots on the ground. Right. Why do you think that was? And do you still think the escalation trap pulls in that direction?
So long as the nuclear issue remains front and center here, I think that the issue of U.S. ground forces to go in to get that enriched uranium remains there. The exact timing of that. So I know the public wants escalation to be linear, that it wants it to be on a schedule here, but we need to recall that when I did the modeling, I started not with the modeling where we did a February 28 attack to change the regime. The modeling I've been doing for 20 years starts with the U.S. bombing Fordow and the nuclear facilities, and then saying about a year or two after that, we would do regime change bombing, which in fact happened. And then a period of time after that would be the limited ground operations here to get the nuclear material, that dust that he calls, not really dust, but and I think that that's really still there. And you heard pressure from Netanyahu for that as well. So I realize the public wants things to be like a light switch. Either it's all escalation is all on or it's not. But what you're really seeing is the way real war works. Real war are these long periods of boredom where costs are mounting indirectly, punctuated by very short bursts of essentially sheer terror. And that is unfortunately what you're likely to see here. And I describe this as instability bouncing between the escalation track of military escalation and then the allowing Iran to rise to become the fourth center of world power. And I don't really think you're going to be able to end that unless we, again, I do think that there's an important thought here that I want to get across today, which is that I do think there's something that we should focus on in the negotiations. And if it's okay, I'd like to, because I just posted a big piece on this on Substack, I'd like to bring this up. So I think that it's not really going to be possible to end this escalation trap altogether. I think that's what everybody wants, and I think that that's probably not right. However, I do think that there's something that the negotiations should be focusing on more, and they're not, which is literally the price of oil. So right now, we're seeing negotiations about a whole host of these zero-sum issues. Here, whether Iran's going to have nuclear material or not, whether it's completely opening Hormuz or not. What matters to the public, what matters to that crowd at Busboys and Poets, though, are not all of these details, which, of course, the experts like us will talk about here. But what really matters is the price of gas, what they're really paying. And I think that it would really behoove the Trump administration to cut to the chase about whether Iran is really willing to commit to returning the price of oil down to the pre-war level. So you haven't heard that language yet. And I think it's important because I can well imagine we get a lot of sort of these MOUs and so forth, and then we discover that as months go by, the price of oil is still $90 or higher. And it's because Iran has lots of tools at its disposal here, including with the Houthis, with proxies, to find ways to keep that price and that risk premium high, even as some ships are passing. And so I think unless we focus like a laser on the issue that really matters right now to the world's economy, which is literally the price of oil here, I think that we're going to be sadly surprised when we find out that whatever deal might come is not actually that much of a deal, you see, because otherwise Iran will just simply continue to deal with all these details, when the bottom line for most Americans is what's really happening to that price of oil. And I think that this should be the front and center issue as the negotiations go forward, which is call Iran out. Is Iran really willing to have the price of oil come back to the pre-war levels of, say, the mid-60s for Brent? And if not, why not? And that could actually be helpful over time, because then you really could have a conversation here with China, with Russia, with the Europeans. Now you have something you're actually talking about that's concrete. And if we don't have that concrete issue, I think we're just going to be bouncing back and forth. There's too many big balls in the air all at the same time. And this is just a prescription for a dead negotiations.
And we have some breaking news here where Iran State TV is putting out what they're calling basically an unofficial framework that has been agreed to by both sides that they're continuing to hash out. The details are the U.S. military would withdraw from the vicinity of Iran. U.S. Navy lifts its blockade of the Strait of Hormuz. Iran commits to restore the number of commercial transit ships through the strait to pre-war levels within 1 month, though it doesn't say anything about whether or not they'll be charging or tolling or what. The Iranian state media says military vessels are not included in this draft agreement. The managing of the ship traffic would be handled in cooperation with Oman. Oman just today announced a lot of new kind of trade and financial agreements with Iran, kind of preparing for a post-U.S. world, so that fits with the idea that they would maybe continue charging tolls. And then number 6, if a final deal is reached within 60 days, that would involve the nuclear dust and the other stuff, the agreement would be approved in the form of a binding UN Security Council resolution. So that's what the Iran State TV is putting.
That's right. So that was in line with, on Saturday, I posted, that was coming out from Iran's media, actually. So I posted this on X, and that's roughly the same. And that's what I meant, that those have always been Iran's terms.
This is similar to what Jeremy Scahill reported Friday night.
Yeah, so this is exactly what I mean by those are Iran's terms. And what you see is President Trump is having to move to Iran's terms, which is effectively surrendering on Iran's terms, you see. And that includes the tolls. So this would be Iran becoming the 4th center of world power. What I'm adding to that is that what's missing here is we're negotiating those 6 points is the actual issue that I'm putting my finger on, which is the price of oil. here, because you could end up with a situation where even with that deal, the price of oil does not remains near $90 a barrel, 20-30% higher than it was before the war. Iran would have lots of reason to want that extra money. Russia would have reason to want that extra money. Even for a year, China might be willing to go along with that. So over the next year or two, this is the critical issue here. So what I would say to President Trump is that you could agree to all of those 6 points, but then I would point out that the real thing that needs to be focused on is getting the price of oil back to close to the pre-war levels, and as a commitment by Iran. So if for some unknown reason price of oil fluctuates, Houthis, for instance, decide to attack a pipeline, there will be an agreement that Iran will already understand it has to make adjustments, allow Saudi Arabia, the UAE, to ship even more ships through the Persian Gulf than before the war, where the key goal is not exact number of ships. The key goal is the price of oil.
Right. All right, Professor Pape, always a pleasure to have you here. Thank you.
Go, Fee. Follow me.